Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1221 of the War News Stream. It's good to see you all once again, and today we have big news out of Russia and the Middle East. We are seeing a massive drone attack on the Russian airbase in Crimea today. We've also seen Israel plan new strikes on Iranian sites coming up very soon, and also there is even more heavy air defense active over Iranian airspace today, and we have big news to cover. It's good to see you all once again.
And we will be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we have been able to hear that the Ukrainian armed forces have been able to conduct a successful drone attack today on a Russian Army aviation airbase within the area of the southern Crimean Peninsula, near to the town of Kirovskoye. We have been able to hear that 3 vital helicopters were destroyed, including a rare Mi-28, a part of the Russian Army's aviation forces. And we've also been able to hear that the facilities on the Army airbase that were required to operate the helicopters have also been subsequently damaged as well. We have also been able to hear significant news coming out of the Middle East, as Israeli government statements are starting to say that they are now preparing and planning for a new wave of strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran. This is coming at the identical time as another Hezbollah commander has been hit and killed today by Israeli airstrikes within the region of southern Lebanon. Outside of that, we have been able to see that U.S. armed forces and their presence within the Middle East are being expanded, as we can see the construction of new U.S. military bases within the area of Saudi Arabia, along with the continued operations of the USS Carl S. Vinson within the CENTCOM's area of responsibility. At the exact same time, we have also been able to see ongoing developments inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran, as air defense fire has been reported in the city of Shiraz, along with westward regions of the Islamic Republic of Iran. We have also been able to hear that the Islamic Republic of Iran is now denying the IAEA officially any access into the Islamic Republic of Iran to be able to inspect any nuclear sites throughout the country. We have also been able to hear inside of Tehran that apparently the Mossad was the one who opened the doors to the prison that allowed for the political prisoners to escape in the middle of the war that was going on between Iran and Israel just a few weeks ago. We also have ongoing joint statements as well by the President of the United States that is stating that if the Iranians attempt or continue to enrich uranium, the United States will join in with the Israelis to bomb the Iranians a second time. This is also coming as the United States of America has an intelligence ship 100 miles off of the coast of the People's Republic of China, just north of Yanqing and south of Qingdao. We do understand this vessel is most likely gathering some sort of intelligence and signals data on the People's Republic of China at the moment, and it's incredibly interesting and quite blatant as the United States actually published its exact location about 100 miles off of the Chinese coast within international waters just earlier today. Outside of that and inside of Europe, we have been able to hear that there is now civil unrest breaking out in Serbia in large numbers by the civilian population, as it does appear that they are starting to show their unhappiness with the Vučić government, which has been in charge of Syria for some time. Meanwhile, in the Russian Federation, we've also been able to hear that there are now expansion projects happening at the Kazan airfields as the Russian Federation attempts to expand their manufacturing and refit abilities for the Russian Air Force. We have also been able to hear as well that the state of Ukraine has been able to hold off Russian Federation armed forces throughout the front lines today, and have also been able to take significant prisoners around the Konstantinivka front, as we were able to document at least several dozen Russian prisoners were taken today as a result of Ukrainian defensive actions and an overextension of Russian offensive forces. We have also been able to report that Russian glide bombs, for the first time ever, have been seen hitting the city of Dnipro, showing that the Russian Federation is now extending the CAB glide bomb into that of a longer-range weapon, more so than a frontline tactical air-to-ground weapon. And we've also been able to see other major pieces of news throughout the course of the day. Today is an absolutely major day of news coverage, and we are once again seeing that things are starting to heat up a significant amount, at least as far as the going-ons in the world are happening right now, and we are going to make sure to get y'all through all of that as much as we can throughout the news tonight. But moving us on into the major news at the moment, as we are going to be hopping around from sector to sector tonight, so we'll be covering a little bit of Ukraine news and then Middle Eastern news, and then hopping back into Ukraine, trying to cover all of the largest stories first. But moving on into the state of Ukraine, and specifically within the Russian-occupied Crimean Peninsula, we have been able to see the Ukrainian armed forces were able to conduct a successful attack today against a Russian Army aviation airbase, and were able to cause a major amount of damage to the air assets housed in the facility, along with the logistical structures that have supported the Russian Army's operations from this airbase. This airbase is not a particularly large one, and while this satellite picture at the time was showing that there were Russian fixed-wing aircraft stationed at this airfield, later on we were able to confirm that during the attack today, according to the Ukrainian SBU, it appears that there was a significant number of Russian Army aviation aircraft, specifically helicopters, that were stationed at this airfield that came under attack. We were able to hear that there was fires being reported on the firm's satellites, showing quite clearly that a large amount of the logistical structures and also the storage facilities or ramps of the airbase had been hit, at least when the firm's satellite flew over, and we can also see a larger fire within the fields near to where this air defense system may have been. We are believing that there was an air defense system, most likely based out of this eastern area of the airfield, but we have not been able to report any kind of actual damage that has been caused on any sort of an air defense system that may have been based near to this airfield. However, we were able to confirm later that, at least according to Ukrainian SBU claims and video and picture evidence on the ground, that the airbase was clearly on fire, and there was a large amount of helicopters that ended up being lost, including an Mi-8, an Mi-26, and an Mi-28. But let me quickly show y'all the Mi-8 really quickly. Actually, I just put in the Mi-6. That's the British intelligence agency. This is the Mi-8, or at least a civilian version of the Mi-8. Generally, it is a transport aircraft. It does not hold a large amount of tactical value, but is vital for Russian Army airlift operations over short stints and durations that require a decent amount of speed. We rarely ever see Russian Mi-8 helicopters ever being used on the front lines in Ukraine, but we do know that they hold a significant value behind the lines for vital transports of supplies and equipment. We also were able to hear that, shockingly enough, an Mi-26 was lost today in this attack. And the Mi-26 is actually a little bit of a shocker, because I believe this is the first time we can confirm that the largest helicopter in the world that ever went to serial production, this helicopter right here, actually was destroyed in the course of the attack. These are quite rare, at least in modern-day Russian Army service. There are only about 300 of them that were built, and currently inside of the Russian Army Aviation Corps, there is quite a limited number of these that are still operational or available for any kind of usage. These helicopters can carry almost anything. Of course, not main battle tanks, but just about everything outside of that. As a matter of fact, the Mi-26's lift capabilities are so large that it can actually carry 2 BMD armored personnel carriers inside of the helicopter, not including what the helicopter can carry underslung on a harness. This helicopter is quite significant for Russian strategic airlift capabilities for the Russian army, and the destruction of an Mi-26 is a vital one for the Ukrainian armed forces and an incredibly rare kill to hear at any point in any time of any conflict. We have also been able to hear on top of that an even rarer helicopter than that, at least in its usage in Ukraine, has also been destroyed today as well, and that would be the Mi-28. Its NATO call sign is Havoc. These are some of the most advanced and capable helicopters, at least from what we believe in the modern day Russian Federation. It actually does have an over the treetop radar, if you want to call it that, much like the AH-64 longbow, which allows for it to be able to fire its anti-tank guided missiles with the helicopter generally being obscured from enemy combatants or air defense. These helicopters are incredibly rare in the Russian armed forces. We've hardly ever seen them used on the front, and generally the reason why is because they are quite rare and they're also incredibly expensive. The destruction of one of these helicopters is showing us that the Russian Federation is starting to see that their air bases are coming under a great deal of attack. And it does also appear once again that a large amount of the strategic helicopters of the Russian armed forces that are quite important are being destroyed slowly yet surely by these Ukrainian drone attacks. Finally, we did get some video and picture evidence showing that the airbase was on fire. There was a large amount of smoke billowing from pretty much the entirety of the airbase. Literally everything, if you're seeing my mouse cursor here, from here where my mouse cursor is moving and down into this area, that is all smoke rising from the airbase after the attack was conducted. It does appear that this attack was incredibly large, and not only damaged the helicopters that were at the airbase, but have also greatly damaged the Russian Air Force's logistical capabilities, also based out of this facility, what you can see in the scattered buildings and facilities surrounding the airfield. It does appear that those were hit as well, as the smoke was generally white, showing some sort of an ammunition burn-off, and it does appear that at the moment the Ukrainians have been able to land another precise hit onto another Russian airbase just on the heels of destroying 4 Su-34 fighter bombers just yesterday. Moving on out of that news, however, in Crimea, and the major impact that has had on Russian army airlift capabilities, at least over the next few days and maybe even permanently with the loss of that Mi-26, we are going to be moving on down into the Middle East as well. But before we move on into that, I do want to talk just a little bit more about the Russian airbase attack, but we are going to be moving into the Middle East here in just minutes. Beyond that, however, Ukraine was able to destroy 3 Russian helicopters on the tarmac today, and not only that, we're able to destroy the vital logistics facilities of this airbase as well, and this is coming right on the heels of the Maranovka airbase attack, which just occurred yesterday in the Volgograd Oblast, which was able to destroy or generally knock out 4 Su-34 fighter bombers from service. And a lot of people are wondering, how are the Ukrainians able to conduct these attacks with such a great deal of efficiency and such a high success rate, and not only that, cause massive amounts of damage to Russia's airborne forces, whether they be rotary wing or fixed wing. Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so obviously this was a very, very bad attack on the Crimean airbase because 3+ helicopters were destroyed using Ukrainian drones. That was quite a big loss for the Russians. So about 36% of the audience said it's due to a lack of Russian air defense, while 28% said it's due to Ukraine's new jet drones that are getting through the air defense, and 21% said it's an even mix of both options. And on this one, there was an air defense system guarding the airbase. It was a Pantsir SAM system, and that was also destroyed by these drones when they came in and hit this airbase. So it's not a total lack of air defense. Now, of course, if they send in enough drones to the airbase, it doesn't matter if they just have one system, it'll get easily overloaded by several drones. So I guess you could call it a lack of air defense, but there was a system there protecting the base, and it was also destroyed as well. So I'm going to say it's an even mix of both. The new jet drones are clearly much faster. They're able to avoid detection a little bit better, and they carry larger payloads. But at the same time, though, with only one Pantsir SAM system apparently getting destroyed and actually protecting that side of the airbase, it sounds like a complete lack of air defense, too. So it's a bit of a mix of both, some with the 21%. But a huge loss yet again coming right on the heels of the other loss we just saw at the other airbase yesterday on stream as well. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would generally have to agree that it's a combination of both. The Russian Federation has a endemic lack of air defense throughout not only the occupied regions of Ukraine, but also inside the Russian Federation's mainland itself. The fact that the entirety of the Kirovskoye airbase was protected by a singular Pantsir S-1 missile system, which is not exactly the largest and most advanced missile system, and doesn't really allow for a large arc of protection around the facility. This is actually a Pantsir S-2 seen in the picture, but incredibly similar, at least in performance and operability, to that of a Pantsir S-1, is starting to clearly show us that the Russian Federation is lacking air defense, and not only that, the Ukrainian jet-based drones, or jet propulsion drones, that are able to travel at several hundred miles an hour as compared to the usual 100 miles an hour or less, is clearly starting to show that, one, the Russians do not have the proper or adequate amount of air defense, and two, the jets in their speed are making the Russians have a much smaller window of response time, meaning that the little air defense that they have is not going to be able to intercept or destroy these targets with the same kind of efficiency they have in the past, if there was any efficiency to that at all, unless if you're talking about the Moscow air defense perimeter, because there is just not enough time for these few air defense systems to be able to target and destroy the incoming drones, or even see them on radar possibly, due to the size of the drones. For this reason, it is not only showing that the air defense systems are inadequate, but they can't even protect themselves, as we do understand that the Pantsir S-1 at the facility was also destroyed as well in the attack by another drone that specifically targeted it, meaning that at the moment, the Russian air forces, or more so rotary air wing forces at Kirovskoye, have lost 3 helicopters, including one of the largest strategic airlift helicopters ever produced in the world. It actually is the largest one in the world. They have also lost all the logistical facilities at this base, and they also lost the only air defense system at the base as well. So in general, the picture, at least at the specific Kirovskoye Army Air Base facility for the Russian Army, is incredibly grim at the moment, and most of the other helicopters that are currently sitting at that air base, still untouched, could be attacked and destroyed without warning or without any even short notice by further Ukrainian attacks that will occur in the future, although that's highly unlikely, because Ukrainian attacks against these sorts of air bases are usually one-offs, and they'll return back to this air base possibly in about 3 weeks to a month. By then, if the Russians were not completely incompetent, which usually they are, they should have been able to move the helicopters out. But we've always seen time and time again with other Russian air base attacks in other regions, such as the Belbek airfield north of Sevastopol, seen here, or other air bases, including the Dzhankoy air base further north in Dzhankoy in Crimea. The Russian Federation has never been that apt or really quick to move after an attack to move their assets out of harm's way, and this usually leads them to be destroyed, even with Ukrainian attacks being nearly weeks behind the first ones. Outside of that,
it's also kind of wild. This is coming at a really bad time for the Russians. The fact that all their air bases are getting pretty much ambushed at this point by these new Ukrainian jet drones. And also, by the way, just to let everybody know, the reason why these jet drones are suddenly popping up in multiple different attacks is because Ukraine's been ramping up the production of the Peklo and also other types of these jet drones that are brand new. They've been recently ramping up production. So now they're able to use them in a much wider variety, and they can start launching them on a more frequent basis. So that's why it's happening. And we're seeing the effect of it in action. Like the last air base the enforcer just described, we saw multiple fighter jets getting destroyed. We also saw here in Crimea some more helicopters getting destroyed, and also an air defense system. And that's all thanks to the production of these brand new drones. And it's coming, like I said, it's coming at a bad time because the Russians are now losing ground. The Ukrainians are pushing them back beyond the front lines in multiple different areas because now it's summer and the Ukrainians can actually move through without being impeded by the winter weather. So it's not a good combination. The Russians are really getting hit hard right now.
And it does look like they are getting hit even pressingly harder as the Ukrainians are ramping up their drone production. But moving on out of Ukraine for a moment and moving on down into the Middle East, we want to make sure to cover all of the major developments that are happening down here as well, as it actually looks like this region may be returning to war as quickly as we originally anticipated here on the channel, which may have been within weeks or about a few months from now. Generally, at least here on the channel, as far as my analysis went a little while ago, I said that it was quite clear that the existent ceasefire will most likely collapse within 2 months, as it does appear at the moment that the Islamic Republic of Iran is still going to be working towards nuclearization, and that pretty much means that the United States, America, and Israel will still see that as a non-option, at least, or a significant issue is another way to put it, that the Iranians are working towards that again, and they'll begin the airstrikes to continue to put their nuclear weapons programs into the dirt if it's possible through airstrikes alone. We have already been able to hear that the Israeli government is now beginning to plan the new waves of strikes that will be conducted, at least according to All Arabia, as they stated that Israel is planning a second round of strikes on Iran, which will be significantly more destructive than the first wave of attacks, showing that at least according to information that has been issued to All Arabia, they are saying that apparently the Israelis will be looking to possibly conduct decapitation attacks against the Iranian government at the highest levels, as that is really the only way that Israeli airstrikes could be more damaging to the Islamic Republic of Iran than the last wave of attacks. In the last wave of attacks alone, the Israeli air forces were able to destroy a significant amount of Iranian air defense, a significant amount of the Iranian Air Force, a very large amount of the Iranian higher levels of command, not the highest levels, but the higher levels of command within the IRGC and the Iranian military. They also destroyed several nuclear facilities on their own, including the Natanz facility, the IR-40 heavy water reactor at Iraq. We also know that they were able to hit and damage the Parchin facility. They also destroyed missile production facilities at Rasht, or largely a carbon fiber factory at Rasht, significant to the production of those ballistic missiles, as well as a ballistic missiles production factory to the eastern side of Tehran. They also, I mean, like, the list goes on and on. I could actually list off everything that they hit. That probably would be an incredibly long list, a little bit too long to mention here, because that's even just the first tenth of the list that I mentioned right there. But it does appear that at least with the statements that are being made by All Arabia, it does seem quite clear that the Israelis can only have one option to make the attacks more devastating and damaging to the Iranians than the last attacks, which was to go after the very highest government officials in the Iranian government, including the president of Iran, the supreme leader of Iran, the Ayatollah, who actually holds all of the power. The president's more so just a figurehead for the country to make it look like there is some sort of a democratic process, but it does appear that at the moment, the Israelis are preparing for a new wave of strikes. Not only that, we are already seeing that the Israelis are still conducting a significant amount of airstrikes on Hezbollah forces, as we were able to hear that this guy here, which they almost made like a, by the way, this is his rest in peace picture, but it almost looks like it's a baseball trading card picture. But the IDF stated that an Israeli drone strike killed Hezbollah commander Abbas al-Hassan Wabi in southern Lebanon today. Wabi, a Radwan Force intelligence chief, was involved in weapons transfers and rebuilding of Hezbollah's capabilities. If his portrait is supposed to be similar to that of a baseball trading card, then the Israelis hit a home run today, because they were able to take the guy out quite clearly, and it does appear that the Israelis are continuing their campaigns against Iranian proxy forces in the country. Oh, by the way, I forgot to show y'all the vehicle that he was once in. That's all that's left of it. It appears that he went the way of Anakin Skywalker's, well, actually Luke Skywalker's parents in the original Star Wars movie. I believe that's Star Wars for A New Hope. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, what is that? It looks like just like the engine, and maybe just like part of the transmission or something is left. Everything else is literally turned to like dust and vapor. That's wild.
You know, we need to find who the manufacturer was of that transmission and engine block, because apparently they make them with a great deal of quality. The rest of the car and the Hezbollah commander and their structural fortitude, a little bit questionable, but it does appear that the engine and transmission did survive largely intact. But moving on from that, and out of that little bit of news there, at least for that Hezbollah commander, gone and hopefully forgotten quite soon, we have also been able to hear of new U.S. efforts within the region to build up our forces and presence within the area, as we were able to hear that the United States of America will soon be opening up LSA Jenkins for military operations within the area of the Red Sea. We were actually able to get some information on this today, and some of y'all who are members of the Leaf Spring Army would think I'm kidding. There's no way that they're calling this LSA Jenkins. No, I'm not joking. It's actually LSA Jenkins, but it does not stand for Leaf Spring Army Jenkins. It stands for Logistical Support Area, but still, it is called LSA Jenkins. We can see that, at least from satellite pictures that were provided today, that there is a lot of construction that is currently ongoing within the LSA Jenkins Logistical Support Area. This Logistical Support Area is just outside of the significant Saudi Arabian city. And let me make sure that I get it here. Let's see. Where the hell is it? Oh my God. You know, folks, the coastline here in Saudi Arabia is a very difficult one to follow. It's just south of Yanbu. Actually, that's where it is. It's somewhere down here south of Yanbu. But outside of that, it does appear that they will be starting to build up this base for the maintenance of multiple forces, including the Patriot and THAAD systems and TYP-2 early warning radars that are currently being based inside of Saudi Arabia. These bases will be able to allow extended U.S. Air defense operations within Saudi Arabia and the entirety of the Middle East, because it does appear that at the moment, the United States Armed Forces are preparing to have a extended air defense presence within the region, and to also greatly expand it well on into the future years or decades that the United States will find it strategically important and crucial to remain within that region. We've also been able to see further pictures of the USS Carl S. Vinson conducting operations under CENTCOM's area of responsibility. And of course, I have to say, Navy photographers do some of the greatest work out there of taking pictures of the Navy's assets. Take a look at the USS Carl Vinson. You can actually see a couple of vital aircraft up there on the deck, or as we would like to call them, vital. You can actually see some of the U.S. Navy's F-35Cs up on deck alongside the F-18 Super Hornets, which are also on deck as well on the USS Carl Vinson. You can also see a picture here taken from the flight deck of them preparing some of the Super Hornets for their flights from the steam-launched catapults on the forward part of the deck, or the forward part of the vessel. We can also see here the flight crew launching one of these F-18s off of the flight deck, and we can also see here a Navy Osprey landing on the deck of the Carl Vinson after conducting an extended operation near to the area of the carrier. It is an incredibly interesting thing to see these pictures come out. Once again, the Navy takes, in my opinion, some of the best pictures in the armed forces. They have a knack for taking incredibly good pictures. The Army, not so much. The Air Force, kind of. It depends on who's taking the pictures. But the Navy, they always make solid bangers as far as the pictures go. It makes you proud to be an American, and it makes you know where the tax dollars are going. But outside of that, that is showing that the USS Carl Vinson is still conducting air operations within the area, but I also want to point out that it's not any combat air operations, because as you can see here, there is, from what we can tell, a minimal combat loadout on this F-18. It is only carrying AIM-9Xs, which is generally showing a minimal defensive loadout, and this is generally for the pilots to just get some flight hours, and also for the pilots to be able to conduct carrier strike group aerial defense operations as well, which means that the carrier is at a low state of combat readiness. It's not ready to go to war at the moment, and the aircraft are also not loaded out to show that either. But still, quite an interesting thing, and once again showing us that the United States is continuing to maintain a fairly decent presence within the region. We've also been able to hear of more news inside the Islamic Republic of Iran, but before we get into all of that news, which is suspicious in its own right, because we've actually got footage today of air defense fires coming from Shiraz and western areas of Iran, I want to ask you all a little bit about what y'all think is going on with the Israelis, or what the future of the Middle East is going to be looking like, considering the news we've gotten today that the Israelis are actually planning a second wave of strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so I ran a poll that said reports claim Israel is preparing new, stronger attacks on Iran for the very near future, and what are your thoughts in the audience? So 66% said Israel attacks Iran, and then the United States will follow up with a new attack, while 18% were unsure, 11% said Iran will not be attacked again, and 5% said the USA will attack Iran, and then Israel is going to follow up with their own attack. And we have heard statements from the United States officials once again reiterating the threats that they want to go back into Iran and bomb them yet a second time if the Iranians continue enriching uranium. But those are very vague statements. We're not getting any real, definite commitments. But of course, the threat is being lobbed around that the U.S. could go back very soon and strike the Iranians. But one thing that is a bit more definite is apparently the Israelis are actively planning new strikes, as we just reported here in the beginning of the video, or the stream that is. And it looks like the Israelis are going to go back and strike these nuclear sites before the U.S. even comes back at all. So I'm going to say I'm with the 66%. I think Israel's going to do the same thing, basically, that they did last time to attack Iran, and then the USA will probably follow up with their own strikes, literally identical to the last time. That's probably what's going to happen. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that the Israelis will most likely open up their attacks against the Iranians before the U.S. gets involved. It appears that, at least based off of the past sequence of actions that we have between the United States and the Israelis, it appears that the United States does not want to be, at least during the current administration, the first to the fray, at least from what we're able to tell right now. With that in mind, the Israelis are pretty much the ones that are setting the tempo in the Middle East, and the United States will follow along with whatever the Israelis believe the tempo should be, or what the best course of action would most likely be. be. There is a decent amount of information we're about to be getting here into our news coverage in a second that is showing us that the Islamic Republic of Iran is starting to work towards renuclearization or a reinvigoration of their nuclear weapons programs as fast as they possibly can, and also a lot of alarming statements and actions that have been conducted by the Iranians that are showing that they'll be wanting to conceal those actions into the future. With that in mind, the Israelis are going to find that to be a great concern, at least to their country at the moment, and that is going to lead them to be able to, or largely to have the justification for a casus belli against the Iranians again, and to start their airstrikes and air campaigns against the Iranian state, to be able to try and destroy those nuclear facilities, or to destroy the scientists and personnel that work at those facilities and are trying to work towards the development of a bomb for the Iranians. Either way, the United States will most likely join afterwards, as we will most likely be coming in with a heavier firepower, or the abilities that the Israelis can't really furnish themselves, to be able to deal with the nuclear weapons development program once and for all. That would largely be my opinion on it, and it does appear that is something that the United States is largely echoing, at least out of the President of the United States' office today, as we were able to hear a statement from the President of the United States, and I quote, "We will consider bombing Iran's nuclear facilities again if they continue to enrich uranium." And it's becoming quite clear that they are continuing to enrich uranium. They are currently in the process of restarting all of their uranium enrichment programs at the moment. And when we move into the country, we can certainly see that that's the case. One, first and foremost, the Iranians have been able to excavate enough of the Isfahan facility to record collapses in the tunnel works under the Isfahan Nuclear Research Campus. We also were able to hear out of the Iranian area of Fordow that the IAEA is now being banned from conducting any operations in the country, and have actually been banned entry altogether, as we were able to hear according to the Iranian foreign minister, and of course published by Phytux Network, an amazing source of open source intelligence on Twitter. Iran has barred the International Atomic Energy Agency chief from entering the country and is refusing to allow cameras at its nuclear sites, according to the Iranian foreign minister. It is becoming incredibly clear that Iranian governmental stances towards the International Atomic Energy Agency is openly hostile. And it's becoming more clear, as time continues to pass, that the Islamic Republic of Iran is attempting to conceal and hide their renuclearization efforts as they start to get their nuclear weapons program back off the ground and try and get it operational as quickly as possible to try and field a nuclear weapon as rapidly as possible. We've also been
also worse than that as well. The Iranians are specifically targeting the chief of the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency. They're saying they want him to be held accountable inside of Iran because they're blaming him for allegedly being betrayed. And I will say this, that agency certainly did not betray Iran by any means whatsoever, but it shows you the need for Iranians to find a scapegoat to blame somebody for how this went wrong, when actually the blame lies right with their own government. They're trying to find a scapegoat, and it turns out that the chief Grossi, who's the chief of the IAEA, is turning out to be Iran's new target. And I think they're even calling for the guy's death inside of Iran. They're getting that extreme with it, that they want to bring the guy to Iran and basically execute him, or at least some people in the Iranian government want to do that. So that's how wild they're getting right now, trying to find someone to blame the whole situation on.
It does appear that they are getting absolutely violent. We haven't been able to hear that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, actually made a denunciation of the Iranian statements today, calling for the execution of the IAEA chief Grossi. We were able to hear that the Secretary of State at least specifically mentioned the threats that were being made against the chief's life, and stated that those should be denounced by all countries to the absolute greatest extent, because it is a clear violation of the IAEA's responsibility laid out by the UN Charter to go around and ensure that any non-nuclear state is continuing to follow with the nuclear non-proliferation treaties, which the Iranians are clearly in violation of. And the IAEA also stated just a few days before the U.S. attacks on the nuclear facilities that the Iranians were in clear violation and were working towards creating a nuclear weapon. Outside of that, we've also been able to hear, interesting enough, at least following up with some older information that we had, that apparently there was some sort of a Mossad operation to force the opening of a political prison camp inside of Tehran. As we were able to hear that, according to Fox News, Mossad contacted the son of the head of the Evin prison in Tehran, Iran, which is full of political prisoners, before the prison doors exploded open. A leaked WhatsApp conversation shows Mossad saying that if his father opens the doors, his life will be spared. Farzadi and his brother left Evin prison moments before the explosion and apparently have gone missing and have not been seen since. terrorists. So it appears that they've attempted to escape the country and are most likely in hiding elsewhere, most likely outside of Iran by this point. But this is the actual
So wait,
conversation.
so why? So okay, so if I'm reading this properly, why they have to open the gates to Evan prison to let the prisoners out? Why couldn't the father just run off and escape with this information? Why'd they also open the gates as well?
Apparently, this is some sort of a Mossad operation to try and release all of the political prisoners back out into Iran and pretty much get them to escape. So that way, the Iranian government has to go around and try and find these people, or hopefully they can start to spur some sort of uprisings or major civil unrest due to their escape in the country. That's generally what we're understanding was the point behind this whole thing. It is quite interesting, though, that they made a huge deal about having them open the gates. They also blew open the remainder of the gates as well, apparently, from what I'm hearing. But the big thing is that they wanted the political prisoners to escape and pretty much run wild into the streets of Tehran and escape their custody. So that appears to be the major part of this Mossad operation.
That's kind of interesting too, because I wonder if the Israelis would have actually gone through with bombing Evan prison if they were not able to get the doors open by the chief of the prison. Would they have bombed it anyway, or would they have not bombed it? Because of course, they're trying to run a psyop here, so they're trying to word it a little bit differently to scare this guy into compliance. But at the same time, though, they were saying basically get the prison doors open quick because we're about to attack in a few minutes, making it sound like it was imminent. So I wonder if they would have gone through with it anyway.
Also, another thing, man, is this like the Mossad did target and kill a lot of top government officials, but it's like this apparently is the only thing we have to work off of, or at least the only thing the Mossad published, which means that it might not be the complete story. But they sent the guy a WhatsApp message and said, "I'm calling you from Israel." Like literally, this is the whole conversation. Apparently, "Hello, Mr. Amir," and then the guy said, "You." Just you. That was his response. Very intelligent prison officer. And then the Mossad said, "I'm calling you from Israel. I want to save your father." This guy said, "Is something wrong?" And then Mossad said, "No, if you listen to my instructions, nothing will happen to him." By the way, folks, this is the original, this is the English translation of the original posts that were actually made, I believe, in Arabic. That doesn't look a lot like Arabic to me. So once again, folks, before you say it's fake, it's an English translation, so that way we can actually read it. Because the world isn't a movie, like, it doesn't work where everything's English translated. It's, it is what it is, and then we have to translate it. But then the Mossad said, "Call your father right now and tell him to open the prison doors quickly." And then the guy said, "Why? What happened?" And honestly, this guy sounds like lost. But the Mossad said, "We will attack Evan prison in a few minutes. If you want your father to live, give him this message." Then this guy said,
"Man, I like how
cheat."
the Mossad agent literally said, he said, "Listen, I care about your father. I want your father to live. Like, you have to deliver this message to open the doors to the prison." And he said, "Why? What happened?" And then the Mossad agent said, "Well, if you want him to live, you better give him this message." It's like, oh, he went from caring about his father to all of a sudden, well, if you actually want him to live, you better give him that message now, or otherwise there might be consequences. It was like he feigned concern at first, the Mossad agent did, and then he just jumped straight to, well, listen, like, he can either do this or else. It's not really an option.
I'm not gonna lie, man. The way this guy responded, man. This guy was literally responding like that one dude in Squid Game, man, that went "Gi-hon," like it's like he was betrayed or something. This guy's like, "Look, we love your father. We want him to live," and he's like, "Well, why? I don't do sales calls. We're gonna kill him if you don't open the doors." Go tell him the message. Like it's like, but anyways, he said, "Don't cheat" as a response. I don't know what that's supposed to. Like either this is a really rough translation or this guy is stupid. But then the Mossad said, "So please pass the message on to him." And then the guy responded, right now. I called him and left a message." So.
Aye, aye, Captain. I'll go tell him to open the doors right now and let the prisoners run free in the streets.
Bro,
and that's what he did, actually. They actually listened to instructions, and they lived. The Mossad kept their word.
Yeah, and they kept their word, and apparently these guys have gone missing into the night. They've escaped and left. So with that, we are going to be moving on from that little bit of news coming out of the prison break that happened a little while ago that we covered here on the show. And we're also going to be moving on into the Iranians shooting at ghosts in the night. Y'all would think that this isn't a thing, but this is actually showing how paranoid the Iranian air defense is now, is that we are hearing of air defense fire throughout the whole of Iran, and there's nothing in the skies. Here's a clip of some of the air defense fire in western Iran recently. And this is from tonight. And also, here's the next clip from that area.
Pretty heavy for nothing to be in the sky.
It is pretty heavy. And moving on from that and on into our next clips, we've also been able to see down in Shiraz more air defense fire.
It's like they have more air defense now than they had during the 12-day war.
Honestly, yeah. And then we also got to see, in this last clip, more air defense over Shiraz. They're trying to make up for the time that they had off during the 12-day war. They're trying to fire off enough shells so that they can meet their quota for air defense that they missed in the 12-day war. But a lot of people have been talking about this air defense fire and what it is and why they're firing up into the middle of the night at nothing, at least from what we can see on camera. So, Matthew, what are people thinking, and what are you thinking as well?
All right. So the mysterious air defense fire in Iran's been going on actually for several days. This is the continuation of it today that we just saw in the video. So what is causing this? Because, of course, there's a quote-unquote, air quotes, ceasefire in effect right now. So what is actually going on to cause Iran to launch these air attacks on some type of target that they believe they're seeing in the sky? So 42% said Iran is shooting down recon drones from Israel or the United States, while 19% said it seems like false alarms or fear from the Iranians and they're acting out of ignorance, while 23% said it's new Israeli attacks on Iran. And I'm with the 42%. I would say very clearly this appears to be some type of non-weaponized recon drone that the Iranians are probably shooting at because the Israelis are trying to do a ton of intel gathering. They're in their assessment phase right now. They're trying to get some intel about the damage to the cities and also damage to these sites as well that they were struck during the 12-day war. So they're probably shooting at recon drones. Now, whether or not the Iranians are shooting them down or not, we're really not sure about that because we're not hearing of any debris. And of course, Israel does employ a lot of stealth drones that can evade detection pretty well and also evade air defense also. So I would imagine the Iranians are on the high alert for these recon drones and they're trying to shoot them down. And a lot of this fire, and also we really don't see any targets in the sky. That's because it's probably stealth drones flying around. But Enforcer, what say you?
I generally have to say, I actually believe that they may be shooting at nothing. I'd actually have to go with the 19% that are saying that it's false alarms or fear. I actually think that might be the case. The Islamic Republic of Iran doesn't really have any radar systems at all at the moment. From what we know, they are not able to really defend their skies whatsoever, and we do know that the Israelis have gone out of their way in prior attacks and the last attacks in the 12-day war to target and destroy any air defense radars that were operational in western Iran. So there are a lot of empty voids and spaces in their skies where they just don't see what's going on. So any report of the naked eye from the ground where they look up and they say, I think I saw something, they're most likely going to be firing at it just for the fact they don't know what the hell it is. It could be anything at that point. And also it could just be the fact that it's just generally due to poor training as well. I mean, quite clearly, there's really nothing going on at the moment. And if anyone wanted to get a lot of intelligence on the Iranians, you don't even really have to fly a recon drone over at the moment. You could just fly a satellite over during the daylight hours and get a load of intelligence on what's going on the ground. But nevertheless, we see that they're generally just firing at what appears to be nothing. This isn't the first time this has happened. There was actually a period of pandemonium like this historically, I believe in Los Angeles in 1943, where air defenses were firing at the moon because they believed that it was a Japanese balloon flying over the city. I'm not even kidding. I think that actually happened. Let me go check that really quickly. LA air defense fire. Let me go see if I got that story correct. The Battle of Los Angeles, that's what it's called. Let's see. The Battle of Los Angeles, 1942. There we go. So there's a lot of goofy conspiracy theories about this, though they were like firing at a UFO or something. Sure as it is, it's middle of World War II. It's early 1942. The Japanese were flinging weather balloons pretty much strapped with bombs over the country, and a lot of them were blowing up in the farm fields. So literally anything and everything that looked like something was a point of concern. And so the city of LA had all of its air defense batteries open up on what they thought was a Japanese balloon. It turns out that it was either the moon or something else. But still, it was just a pure state of pandemonium. It's kind of like, when the rednecks down here in the South hear that the Chinese balloon's going to be flying over, so they whip out the AR, and some of them actually did shoot at the moon. Kind of a similar thing. And I think that they actually is the case. Go ahead.
What's wild is this Battle of Los Angeles happened in 1942. We've come a long way since 1942. We went from shooting at targets when they weren't even there to literally seeing them with our naked eyes and then not shooting at it even after seeing it with our naked eyes. We've changed quite a bit in strategy these days.
Man, honestly, we have. Back then, shoot at everything. Nowadays, hey, look, it's a Chinese balloon. Let's fly it. Let's let it fly all across America on a grand tour until we shoot it down off the coast of South Carolina. it's a great and interesting sort of an evolution that we've had, an interesting one to say the least. But I generally would say that this is probably something similar. It's probably just some sort of mass pandemonium, because that generally can happen and does happen quite a lot. And I see a lot of people saying it's the aliens, it's the freaking alien. Nah, y'all, it was truly mass pandemonium. Because that's happened plenty of times before. I mean, go look at Baghdad when they were getting bombed at the opening of the invasion in 2003, or the opening of the Gulf War and coalition action in 1991. They were firing up into the air at nothing. They didn't even know what was up there, and they didn't even see anything. They were just firing into the air to fire into the air, because it was just a knee-jerk response. They were getting bombed. They thought they might see something, so shoot at whatever you're seeing, and hopefully something gets hit. That was the way that the Iraqis worked during that time. There are plenty of other times where people that are in the armed forces just absolutely freak out or see something that's not there, and then they just start shooting at it. That happens plenty. You can find a million examples of that through military history where such things have happened. You can find that even in broad daylight. Someone can look at a guy who clearly has a British flag on his uniform and say, oh my god, it's an Iraqi, and then grease him. That stuff just randomly happens. There's no great conspiracy theory to most of it. It's just that people are people, and people are bound to mess up at some point. And I think that at this point, the Iranians are messing up nightly because they're seeing something or nothing, and they're shooting at whatever there is out there, even if there is nothing in the sky, and they're just imagining the whole thing or seeing it. But with that, I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion, but the Iranians really do look incredibly paranoid at this moment, and I don't think that's going to be subsiding anytime soon. I think they're going to be remaining increasingly paranoid as time continues to pass, especially with the United States and Israel making it incredibly clear that they are possibly going to be getting involved in more bombing campaigns against Iran here incredibly soon, mostly within the next few months. Outside of that, and inside of East Asia, we've also been able to hear of something else that's incredibly interesting, as Ian Ellis, a great naval intelligence person on Twitter, has been able to state today there's been a little interesting appearance today by the USNS Howard O. Lorenzen, which is actually a missile range instrumentation ship, or aka generally a spy ship. It is actually just 100 miles off of the coast of China at the moment, the People's Republic of China, mind you, Communist China, and it does appear that has been assigned to Military Sea Left Command Special Mission Program. The Lorenzen's primary mission is to monitor missile launches and collect data. It's possible its position could indicate an upcoming test launch from China or North Korea, and the TAGM-25 left Sasebo, Japan on or around the 7th of June, and it's been underway in the East China Sea and Yellow Sea since then. It does appear that at the moment it is sitting off of the coast of the People's Republic of China, and is just waiting to gather some more intelligence and data on some sort of a missile launch that is to be conducted soon. Generally, whenever we see these by the Russians, they're called spy ships. The truth is that this is a spy ship. It's trying to gather intelligence and data inside of a foreign country that it wouldn't be able to access otherwise. So we'll be waiting to see what it might have access to, or what the Chinese and the North Koreans might be doing. But an incredibly interesting thing to see, the United States actually publicly broadcasted the location of the vessel today, and the fact that it's only 100 miles off of the coast from China. It's actually only 100 miles away from Qingdao, which is a fairly significant city within this central Chinese coastline area within the Yellow Sea. So actually a little interesting. I'm actually very interested as to why it probably has not been harassed by PLAN vessels yet of the People's Liberation Army Navy. We haven't heard about that yet. We haven't seen that yet, and we haven't seen the Chinese Foreign Ministry make a huge stink about the fact that this vessel is that close to Chinese waters. But it is incredibly interesting nonetheless. So we will have to wait and see what kind of developments are going on that. Still, interesting development. Outside of East Asia and back inside of the Balkans within Europe, we were able to hear that there is more unrest breaking out in Serbia, as there are multiple, and that's incredibly loud, I'm just going to turn that down, there are multiple anti-Vucic rallies going on inside of Serbia. In Serbia, Vucic is currently the president of the country, and it appears that he's starting to become wildly unpopular, and many people are calling for a reformation of the government with a new president at the helm. Pretty much snap elections is what they're calling for. But here are the protests that we were able to see in Belgrade in Serbia today. We're going to be muting that. Sounds like there might be copyrighted music in there, but you can get the idea.
That's that carny music, like when you show up at like corn dog, like baseball, like tossing, like aquarium thing, whatever. Like you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it pretty much is. Yeah, it actually might be. Dude, someone's out there selling funnel cakes in the middle of this thing. I appreciate their grind. They're on that grind set. But we also have another clip here in the night. We can actually see that they're fighting the police.
And Vucic's a very pro-Russian fellow, isn't he? The fellow that's in charge of Serbia.
Yeah, generally he is.
Yeah, that explains a lot. It looks like the people aren't happy with the pro-Russian fellow anymore.
No, it doesn't really look like they're that happy with him. Meanwhile, we also got to see the arrival of the carnival. We got to see the Serbian police coming in. Take a look. It appears they're using some kind of a Humvee or a Humvee ripoff, but beyond that, it does appear that there's a decent amount of unrest going on in Serbia at the moment, generally against Vucic, which is largely a pro-Russian president of the Republic of Serbia. Vucic also has tried to further crimp down on the Kosovans inside of the unrecognized region of Kosovo. Kosovo is technically semi-independent or autonomous from the Republic of Serbia, but that isn't internationally recognized for the large part. However, the Kosovans are ethnically and culturally completely separate than the Serbian main culture. In the past, we did see that Serbs did conduct a genocide against the Kosovans in the 90s, which led to a U.S. intervention in Serbia and a NATO protection mission chartered largely by the United Nations in protection of the Kosovans through international law. Since then, the Kosovans have largely been able to self-govern themselves, but recently the Serbs have started to try and cramp down on that, saying that they would not be recognizing Kosovan license plates, driver license identities, such things, and try and force them to get Serbian licensing to be able to enter Serbia in any way. This has caused a great deal of tumult. We did see that recently the Serbs actually were about to militarily go into Kosovo, and then the NATO mission was brought into the area to be able to respond, and then the Serbs backed off. So there's been a great deal of tensions between the Kosovans and the Serbs, and now it appears that there's a great deal of tension between the Serbs and the Serbs, as it appears that a lot of Serbians are not big fans of Vucic at the moment and want him out of the government. We're actually not seeing any pro-Vucic rallies or demonstrations in Serbia of any significant note at the moment, which is just showing that generally Vucic is actually quite unpopular in the country, pretty much amongst the whole population, and they're looking to see him removed from power in some way, shape, or form. I believe that the Serbian government actually does allow for snap presidential elections and snap parliamentary elections, which pretty much means that they do not wait for a set date to have an election. They can just call an election on the spot and then have an election held for the large part. And then whatever the results are, they're upheld. I believe that is the way it works inside of Serbia, and it looks as though that's what these protests and the great deal of unrest is about, is the demand for snap elections in the Serbian government. But we'll be waiting to see what happens inside of Serbia, because if there is a significant government change that happens, we could see that Russia's historic, centuries-long ally, the Serbs, might end up not becoming a Russian lifelong ally at any point in the future, and might end up becoming a lot more Western-aligned. The Russians will, of course, claim that it's a CIA-backed coup at that point, and then we'll say that they need to go into Serbia and wipe out the wicked Western wayward ways influence. But outside of that, that is the current developments going on inside of Serbia. Before we move on into the Ukrainian frontline news, which there is a decent amount of today, I want to make sure that we get into a couple of questions, because we've had a lot of people throwing in questions tonight, and we want to make sure to get to a couple of them here before we transition on into our Ukrainian frontline news segment. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so jumping into our first super chat segment of the night, we have one from BC Skyman, a channel legend who throws in a $120 donation, by far the largest super chat of the night. And thank you very much, BC, for that support. And it's good to see you once again. And I know you're swamped, BC. It's like I told you in the live chat, it is like literally almost 100 degrees or getting close to it down here almost every single day in Birmingham. And it is wildly hot out there and super humid too. Like it's very humid right now in the south. So I got to imagine you were probably busy with the AC business. So I feel for you. But thank you very much for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you massively for the support, BC Skyman, and I got to agree with Matthew. This year has been incredibly hot. Crazily hot, actually. I got to thank you so much for the massive support, BC Skyman. I know business is supposed to be doing well, but at the same time, I'm sure it's not a picnic to be able to go out there into the near 100-degree weather and try and deal with fixing HVAC systems in those kinds of conditions. I'm sure that's not the funnest thing, but beyond that, I thank you massively for that incredibly huge support and helping this channel to keep running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. We wouldn't be able to make it possible, and a lot of people here in the South wouldn't be able to get their cool air. To actually share with y'all a little bit of history, or at least a little story that actually shows how important amazing folks like BC Skymen are to the very survival of Americans, I actually want to bring y'all to something that is incredibly interesting. The heat wave of 1896, correction there. Here we are. This heat wave killed 1,500 people in 1896 in America, which is actually a little bit shocking when you think about it, because 1,500 people dying because of a hot day or a couple of hot days is actually a little bit crazy, because they all died within a 10-day period. So that's actually quite a significant number of people just dying from the heat. But you can actually see here, this is interesting. Wikipedia actually does have one of the death certificates of one of the people. And look at this. The physician's certificate, cause of death, they hereby certified that the cause of death was the excessive heat. So basically what happened with this guy is that it was so hot that nobody could actually sleep inside of their houses. So a lot of people, at least here within the city of Chicago, would actually go out onto the awnings of the buildings and sleep on the roofs to try and get out of the heat. Or they'd sleep on the fire escapes and stuff. And some of these people would roll off in their sleep and they'd fall to their death. This is actually the story for this guy here that had this death certificate issued after his death, of course. But it's a...
Wouldn't it say, like, if it fell from a building or something like that? If he died from, like, falling from heights, why would it say he died from the heat if you roll off the building?
I don't know. I don't know, but that's the way it was. That's the way it was written down back then, man. Like, someone just roll off of a building and die, and then it was during a heat wave. They just be like, it's hot, you know. And that was.
Man, this sounds like a Russian death certificate right here. It's like this guy didn't jump out of a window or a 10-story window or something. He just happened to die of the heat. That's all.
Also, it says contributing and consecutive causes, and then it says softening of the something. Unfortunately, I can't read this part here, the softening of the something. But. It's still interesting to look at this, though, and it's also crazy to think that a lot of people were dying back then. And by the way, folks, how hot was it? It got hotter than 90 degrees Fahrenheit for about 10 days straight with no air, with no wind. That's what ended up killing about 1,500 people. So a little bit interesting with that. It's actually crazy to think that back then that was considered to be incredibly hot. These days, this seems actually somewhat normal throughout most of the country for it to reach 90 degrees or higher in the summer. And to hit that consistently. But beyond that, they ended up killing 1,500 people back then. So not really a laughing matter. It actually did kill more people than the New York City draft riots, which the Gangs of New York, the movie, was based off of. Have you ever seen that movie? And you heard about those calamitous times in New York City. This actually killed more people in New York City than the New York City draft riots or the Great Chicago Fire combined. So a little bit shocking to think about that, but still, it's why folks like BC Skymen are incredibly important in the modern day and age, because while a lot of people don't realize it, heat can kill quite quickly and quite easily. Air conditioning is a blessing here in this country, and pretty much changed the way we run. Here in the South, it used to be common for folks down here to have the closest thing that any European culture ever had to a siesta. Generally here in the South, back in the day, it was incredibly common for about from 12 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, people would close down their places of work for a couple of hours, and they would sit out on the front porches of their businesses, their houses, and they would just sit there and fan themselves and drink lemonade until the hottest time of the day passed, and then they get back to work. That sort of thing doesn't exist anymore because of air conditioning. It's a huge, important part of the kind of way we live and exist in this country these days, and I've got to say that while it sounds like a very mundane thing, an HVAC or an air conditioning system, it saves lives. And BC Skyman's work, particularly because he's down here in the Southeast like us, is actually saving lives every single day. So I got to thank you massively for the support, BC Skyman, and being an integral part of the Lee Spring Army, because you in your own way, through the job you do, are actually saving a great deal of lives out there in these hot summer days that we're having in the present. But still, a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And also, everyone's telling me that apparently the cause of death was the softening of the brain. I've never heard of anyone having a softening of the brain. That's actually what I heard Hot Dog Man had after a couple of snow days. But he's not dead, so that's a little interesting that guy dropped dead from it. But thank you all for sharing that. I actually, for some reason, just could not read that word. But still, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed it amazingly well, everyone who corrected me on that and told me what the word was that I couldn't read. And a big shout out to BC Scamming as well for all of the help out there in the hot summer months with the HVAC systems. And so a big thanks to all of y'all once again. And we're going to be getting the next one.
All right, and our second super chat goes to Old Warrior, another channel legend, and he throws in a $100 donation, the second largest support of the night. And thank you very much, Old Warrior, as well for that support. And he said, if you have to do another Iran 2-week marathon, you guys are going to need this for coffee, and take one from the chat. Honestly, Old Warrior, I think we're probably eyeballing maybe a couple of weeks down the road when it's going to pop back off again. I saw that one of the airlines had canceled flights to Iran from now until this upcoming Saturday, but that's not always a surefire indicator that's going to happen within that time span. So maybe, honestly, I think it's going to happen after the 4th of July. I have a feeling it's going to happen after that, but there's just no telling. It's kind of hard to tell, but it seems like it's imminent. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I'd have to say, I think it actually is imminent as well. Probably a couple of weeks from now, maybe about 2 months out now from the latest. But I do thank you for the massive support, Old Warrior, and we certainly would sure as hell need coffee. I got to say, those past 2.5 weeks of news coverage where we did it back to back, gee whiz, folks, that was actually tiring. Like, I will admit, I started to get exhausted near to the end of it because we were having to get up at any time of the day, all day, every day, and just pay attention to it, cover it, speak about it, think about it, do nothing but it. And I'm glad that it actually ended because, whew, man, that was hard to follow for that period of time. It's going to be coming back, but we're perfectly fine with covering it. It's exhausting work, but we love to know that we're providing a great deal of value and a great deal of info to all the folks out there who want to hear about what's going on in the world and are interested about that stuff and interested in getting the in-depth details like we give here on our channel. So a huge thanks to you once again, Old Warrior, another Old Garden channel legend just like BC Skyman, for supporting this channel and helping it to keep running so that way we can keep making news like this possible for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people every single day. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that amazingly well. And with that, we are on to the final question of the segment, and then we're going to be getting right back into the news.
All right, and this one goes to Richard McGurl, who put in a $50 donation, and thank you very much, Richard, for that generous support as well. And I do not see a comment attached to it, but we do appreciate that very much. And of course, Richard is a longtime channel legend as well, and has been a longtime viewer of the channel. But in honor of Richard's super chat, since there is no comment attached, I'm going to grab one early, just because this viewer said they were leaving the stream a bit early. They want me to read off their super chat while they were still here. This one is from Not For One Yet For All Ukraine, who put in a 5, and he said, I have my brother from Pennsylvania here for the live stream. Dr. Strange, welcome to the LSA, and Slava Ukraine, Hero Slava, and LSA forever.
Hey, and welcome in, Dr. Strange, and a big thanks to you for the support, Not For One Yet For All Ukraine, and really nice to hear that you have a brother from Pennsylvania. I actually know some very nice folks from Pennsylvania myself, way up there in the northern regions of Pennsylvania, out near the Susquehanna National Forests and the Elk State Forest and such. But I got to thank you massively for the support. I got to thank your brother for being here with us tonight, because we appreciate the value of brothership, or brotherhood for the large part, because Matthew and me are actually brothers ourselves, as you would know. You're an Old Garden channel legend. So we love to hear that groups of brothers are on here watching our show and enjoying it, because you're actually listening to news presented to you by two brothers themselves. So a huge thanks to both of y'all so much once again. And of course, Slava Ukraini, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. So a massive thanks to you, both of y'all, so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And also, I hope you have a good night off air, considering that you're having to get off air early as well, because we hate to hear when people have to leave early, but we completely understand life is a monster of its own that has to be fought and dealt with every single day. So I hope you have a good time out there with whatever you have to do early tonight, or whatever you might have to do early in the morning tomorrow that you might need to get some shut-eye for. But a big thanks to you once again. Hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, it is time for us to move on out of this question. Oh, go ahead.
Also, by the way, we forgot to grab a super chat or a live chat for Old Warrior. So grab that one. To grab that one, Old Warrior. This one goes to Indy Andy 4C. He said, did you guys get the video of the drone hitting the outhouse today in Russia?
No, actually, I didn't. I don't think I did, at least. We've actually, just to speak really quickly on that, we've actually been trying to curtail the amount of drone footage that we show on the show, because there is so much drone footage that comes out every day. A lot of it ends up becoming mundane. So generally, we're trying to curate our war coverage in Ukraine to show stuff that's more so dealing with actual airstrikes or on the ground fighting, because the drone strikes, while still being pertinent, we do include some. There's so many of them that that a lot of them end up becoming almost copy pastes, and then we just like there's not really a lot that we can add on in terms of analysis or statements to it. We really just have to show the raw footage because it just is what it is. They're attacking vehicles and personnel and wiping them out. So we generally are trying to curtail that footage. So I either saw it today or I didn't see it, but it's not going to be in our news.
I saw it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I did not repost it because I didn't want the enforcer to accidentally show it on stream just by a mere accident, because it showed a individual who was not fully clothed in it. The guy was fully, using the outhouse, and the door was wide open, and the Ukrainians sent a drone right into the fella while he was on the throne, and I think he had a case of the explosives or something like that on the toilet. But a very, very nasty scene, actually. So we couldn't even show that on the air, actually.
Dang, I guess you could call that an episode of explosive diarrhea, literally. But yeah, that's pretty messed up. But war is war, and it is what it is. But beyond that, it doesn't sound like we could have shown it anyways, and apparently I didn't see it. So I hope that addresses that somewhat well. I also saw, before we move on, that a lot of people are really interested in the heat wave of 1896 story. I saw a lot of people in chat like, wow, that's crazy. 1,500 people just died out of the blue. Like, I gotta be honest with y'all, American history, or at least the history a lot of people are taught, they just don't go over stuff that a lot of people don't know. Like, a lot of people don't know about all kinds of interesting stuff that happened just through the past 250 years of our country's history here in the United States, because anything and everything can kill you. A lot of people don't get that, and I always laugh at the people who these days are like, if society falls apart, I'm gonna rise to the top. It's like, hell no, you aren't. It's like, if you knew what life was like back then, it was tough. People could die from the heat, people could die from disease, people could die from anything. Like, it was a tough time back then. And people just don't get that. People don't get it's a blessing to have an air conditioner. It's a blessing to have vaccines and medicines and modern medicine is in general, surgeries and all that sort of stuff. It's really just an amazing kind of a time that we live in. A lot of people take it for granted. But when I go back and read about history, like for example the great epidemics of the 1870s, and people were running from cities in droves here in the South to try and escape typhoid and all sorts of other diseases. And people were so paranoid about catching these illnesses that they said if anyone hopped off of the train that was leaving a town that was infected in their town, they were going to be shot by the sheriff. So the train had to keep moving and keep all of its windows closed, even in the 90 and 100-degree weather they had back then without air conditioning. I'm pretty grateful and appreciative for the kind of time and period we live in today. Because it could be damn well worse. I can promise you all that. And a lot of people don't even know, like, not to rabbit hole on this too much, but clean drinking water, forget about it. That was never a thing. Drinking water at all is pretty much a modern concept in its own right. Water was dangerous back then. Even in the middle of nowhere, water could be dangerous. If there was any kind of a large, or like even say in the Midwest, if there was a large herd of animals that shit in a creek upstream, and then you ended up drinking out of that, you are getting dysentery and you're dying. Like, that's just it. It's over for you. And so generally people did not drink water ever. They drank some sort of distilled beverage like a beer or something like that. It had to be a boiled beverage of some kind. So even just having the luxury of drinking water these days is usually a pretty rare and a pretty prized thing throughout most of history, because most water was never safe. Some of it still isn't today, but luckily through modern practices and modern technology, we can purify the water well enough that it actually is drinkable to most extents. But still, I hope that shares that we all fairly well, but having read and understood a lot of the civil side of American history, not just the military side, we're very fortunate to live in the America we live in today. We've come a long way. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to get right back into the news that we have inside of Ukraine. And moving on into that news, we have been able to hear of very interesting developments within the Suja region, near to the Sumy offensives, as we were able to see that Ukrainian fiber optic drones were hitting Russian units that were trying to hide inside of destroyed basements. And this footage was filmed by the 225th Assault Regiment, the Black Swan, which is currently still operating inside of Kursk, is one of the few remaining Ukrainian units that still has a small foothold within the region. And we can see them here flying down into the basement. And we see them flying on down in there. We can actually see a Russian right there.
Oh, there's a man.
There's a man. and the drone blew up down inside the basement. But moving on out of that and into our location unknowns, we also got to see a CV-9040, which is a Swedish armed infantry fighting vehicle, which is in service with the Ukrainians. Pretty cool.
That looks good too. I like that. That front, like the front profile on that, for some reason is very like satisfying, very like a modernistic and appealing looking. I don't know why.
These things are just the coolest. I love all of the series of the CV-90s. They're like, it's generally just called the Stridsforden 90 or the Combat Vehicle 90, because that's what Stridsforden is in Swedish. It's just, combat vehicle. But the 90Bs were pretty cool. That's a 90B. This is the 90C with the armor additions for the turret. This is the 9040 Bill, which has the I forgot what kind of ATGMs those are. They aren't TOW2s. It's like an RBS 54 or something from Sweden. They're pretty cool.
It just screams Volvo. Like I think that's what it is. Like the geometric angles on it and stuff like that. How like flat some surfaces are. Like for some reason it just, I know it's not made by Volvo, but it screams Volvo for some reason.
Dude, they have so many different variants of this thing. Like that's a Finnish version, which is the 9030 Finn. For Finnish. They just have so many different types. I love them all. I think this is one of the most aesthetically pleasing infantry fighting vehicles in the world. And it also is one of the most versatile because you can switch out the turret to include just about anything you want. So it could pretty much be a Bradley, like the Stridsforden 9040 Bill is, with a 40mm autocannon and an ATGM launcher. You could make it just an infantry fighting vehicle in its own right with a 40mm autocannon only, with additional armor protection for the crew. You could do anything and everything you want. As a matter of fact, there actually is an anti-aircraft version of the system, which you can see right here. The inside of that bucket-looking attachment to the back of the turret, that's actually an air defense radar, and it allows for the gun to be able to target and track aircraft of any type, as long as it's within 2.5 miles of the vehicle, and it actually can load and fire fused proximity shells that are able to detonate near to their target and pretty much project a field of shrapnel into them. It's a pretty cool little system, actually.
Yeah, I will say it is pretty cool. The Swedes just have a very good sense of design. Like the Germans and Swedes are just on top of it.
Man, they are on top of it, on the ball. And one more thing before we move on, I cannot forget to include these. They also have, actually, it looks like there was a picture of it down here, the 9120s and the 9105s, which actually include main battle tank sized cannons on board. This is actually the same kind of 120mm gun that you would find on a Leopard 2 or a M1 Abrams, as a matter of fact.
Interesting. Yeah, that kind of looks familiar. It looks very similar.
Man, it looks very beefy. But we'll move on from the Stridsfordens. They're just an incredibly cool series of infantry fighting vehicles, and I'm a huge fan of them, a massive appreciator of the style and the type. But moving on out of that and on into some more information, we also have the Russian casualty report, and we were able to see that the casualties were incredibly decent today, as we were able to see that unfortunately no Bobcat skid steers were lost. But Ms. Disick here, the record stated that the +4 aircraft, or the Su-34s, destroyed at Marinovka Airfield, and 237 drones destroyed is the 8th highest daily loss of the war. And we were able to hear that 1,000 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed in the past 24 hours, along with 12 APCs, 131 supply trucks, 1 main battle tank, 35 artillery pieces, 237 drones, 4 aircraft, 6 missiles, and 1 anti-aircraft warfare system, which was the Pantsir S-1 down in the area of Crimea. It does appear that the losses were incredibly decent, and it is once again showing us that the armed forces of Ukraine are holding the lines and still inflicting high losses on the Russian Federation armed forces. Outside of that, and in the town of Volnovaka, or Volokhanovka, inside of Belgrade, we were able to see that an electrical substation was targeted and hit by a Ukrainian drone. We could see the clip of the impact here, and then we could see the subsequent fire caused to the substation in this clip as well. Okay.
Oh, bless you.
Oh, dude, there was a phone buzzing, a church bell ringing, and someone sneezing all in the first 3 seconds of this clip. Listen to this. You can't make that up.
That was the strongest phone vibration sound I've ever heard off of any mobile phone ever.
Yeah, honestly, dude, that thing's got some power to it. You could dude, the can of soup's got some power to it. This phone vibrating's got even more. Also, dude, that bird was going at 1,000,000 miles an hour at the top of the screen. Watch the top of the screen, dude. That thing, it might be faster than the Fado 1 hypersonic that the Iranians fired at Israel. That thing was going incredibly fast.
This is a chaotic scene.
And now there's someone in the background. There's a zombie behind the woman that went. Like
it's a monk.
Bro, dude, an Eastern Orthodox monk of the Russian Church just got into this woman's house while the clip was being filmed and came on and went, "Hey." Oh my goodness. There's so much going on in the clip, it's impossible to unpack. We're just going to move on from it and move on down to the area of the Severonsky Forest, where we did get to see more Russian forces getting hit by the Signum unit of the Ukrainian armed forces. We can see the drone flying on in and finding itself a supply truck, a rare Ural 4320, to target and destroy. Also, a big thanks to everyone for subscribing. We actually hit 471,000 subscribers tonight. So huge thanks to all of you.
Wow. That's crazy. I didn't know how close we were before we started the stream, but how close were we? Like, was it a few hundred subs?
It's about 300 subscribers so far tonight.
Wow.
So big thanks to all of y'all for subscribing. We'd love to have y'all here.
Indeed.
But we see the drones from the Signum unit continuing to target and destroy Russian logistical forces in the woods. A lot of these don't look like logistical forces, that I do know. A lot of them look like cars and vans, and that's generally because the Russians have run out of military-sized supply trucks, and they're now having to rely on cars and vans for a lot of their military transport. Outside of that, we are going to be moving further down the line and into the area of Konstantinivka, or what's generally being called the Konstantinivka Front. Konstantinivka is the epicenter of the battlefield at the moment, but the heavy fighting is still going on in Chasiv Yar, Toretsk, and also further south on the T0504 highway near to Novolinivka and Poltavka. So the city of Konstantinivka isn't under direct threat at the moment. The fighting is on the outside towns and its periphery, but moving on through the clips, we were able to see a Russian Mista-S SPG being destroyed by the 104th Territorial Defense Forces and their drones. And we see here that they found the Mista hiding inside the tree line, and the Ukrainian drone is now on its way to hit it. We see the drone coming on in, making it under the cover, and there's the Mista right there.
Look at that. It's a Mr. C or Mr. B or whatever right now, but it's about to be a Mr. Dead.
And I think the impact has happened. It looks like smoke was rising. And that's actually a Mr. S. The C is an S in the Cyrillic alphabet.
Ah, I see it. Cyrillic.
I see you know your Cyrillic well. Good one. And you, sir, are you ready to receive my limp Cyrillic? How dare you, sir? Get your hands off my Cyrillic. But anyways, we can see the drones continuing to make their way around. This one actually did a dance before it hit this Russian outpost. We can now see the damage that was caused to the outpost by the first hit, and here comes the second. We can now see a third hit being caused. Oh, there's a dog in there.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
No.
Oh, I hate that.
I don't like that. Ah, jeez.
We now see a second drone coming in.
Cut the clip.
Cut the clip. Why is that?
Yeah, cut the clip.
Okay.
I don't know. That's got a bad feeling. Just cut the clip.
There's nothing in the rest of the clip there. But moving on from that and down into Toretsk, we also got to see that a significant amount of Russian forces were taken prisoner today inside of the town of Toretsk. It appears that they may have overextended. They were then encircled by Ukrainian forces and then forced to surrender. It appears to be about an entire 2 fire teams or a squad's worth of Russians that surrendered in Toretsk today.
На турецькому напрямку у нас ажіотаж. Чергове поповнення зі сторони Російської Федерації. Такі красунчики. С какого вы подразделения? 132. Вот такие вот.
So they got them put up in the sauna.
Man, they got them put up in the hothouse. Meanwhile, we also got to see them continuing to hit Russian forces in the area in the 28th Mechanized Brigade, which we can see here. We see them dropping the bomblets onto the Russian positions in the tree line below and causing a significant amount of damage. That was also an anti-tank mine. Those things have a decent punch to them.
It looks like they punched them good with that one.
Man, they punched them all right. They punched him good. But moving on from that and into our next clip in Yablonivka, we also get to see that even more Russians were captured near to this area of the front, pretty much just outside of Donetsk. This appears to actually be an entire platoon of Russians, most likely, possibly two or really about 2 squads worth captured. The
Someone
Russians
said more sympathy for dogs than human lives is sick. You know, honestly, I understand where you're coming from with that, but here's my rationale. Obviously I have empathy for human lives. I want to make that clear off the bat. But dogs are innocent. Dogs had no say in it. It's like children. It's when you see children, animals getting caught up in a war that they have no say in. To me, that hits harder for some reason than humans being involved. Because even though, like for example, Russia has conscripts that are put there against their will, I obviously feel very sorry for them that they've been put in that position. But at the same time, though, there's been things that sort of led to that they've made some choices along the way. It kind of led them to that situation, not by necessarily choice, but it kind of guided them there a bit. Animals and children, they don't have any say in it whatsoever. It's just the innocent victims getting caught up in it. That's why I don't like it.
yeah, and I have to agree. But also, I have to say that some of the people in this war on the Russian side, they can easily make the argument that there's a lot more sympathy for the dog than there is for them. You might not have seen some of the things that the Russians have done, or at least some of them in particular. Not all of them, but some of them. But some of them end up committing some pretty heinous crimes within occupied territory. So it makes it to where if you look at the dog or your average Russian soldier and you go, which one has the propensity or the potential to have a lot more sympathy, in my opinion, it's going to be the dog that's done next to nothing or has done nothing at all because it's an innocent animal. It doesn't know anything or know any better at all. Or a Russian soldier who may or may not, whether they were forced to be there or volunteered to be there, ended up committing a possible atrocity, or largely is a person like us that has common reasoning and deduction and generally knows why they're there and what they're doing and the risks that are involved with that. I generally have more sympathy for the animal for that reason, much like I would have sympathy for children, which also have no clue what's going on or what they're doing, much like the animals, and so they end up also being these unwitting victims of the war, not even knowing what's going on or why they ended up getting hurt or killed in the first place. But moving on from that and down into Pokrovsk, we did get to see that the Ukrainians were continuing to attack Russian forces within this area as well. And we see them continuing to drop their bomblets onto the Russian forces down here.
I see people weighing in on this right here. Honestly, I'll say this: we don't get into like those. I'll be honest with you. The dog footage there kind of like took me down there for a second. We don't really get into that too much. Obviously, we have empathy for people that are getting caught up in the war. Like even the conscripts, I personally have empathy for on both sides. Because obviously it's war is hell and it's not good. Now there are people in the Russian military, and in fact quite a few, that they are so anxious to get out there in the battlefield because they feel like Mother Russia is the best country on the planet. They want to support the Putin thug regime, and they're dying to get out there and go hurt Ukrainians. Like there's a large portion that are like that, but there's also a large portion that don't want to be there whatsoever, and Putin's forcing them out there to be a meat grinder troop, basically. So it's just a tough one. You can't get into that too often though when you cover a war, because if you do that, it starts weighing on you a bit too much. You just kind of got to overlook it. That's what the Ukrainians have to do to cope in the war, and the Russians do that too. Are the ones that don't want to be there. They have to do that to cope. So it's just a bit tricky when you see things like the dog footage and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'll quickly add in my 2 cents as well. We've been doing this for years. Like we've been doing this for as many days as there is on that number right there, 1,221 days as of today. We have seen, at least I have individually seen, and I think Matthew's numbers are pretty close to this, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people in every conflict in the world since we've ever started covering this news get wounded and killed. So, to be entirely honest with y'all, it's a bit of a desensitizing factor because that's just a part of war, is that people end up getting wounded and killed. That's generally just expected. Seeing an animal getting killed That happens, but it's something that happens far less. And there's also a lot more of an innocence attached with an animal than there is with anything else. Like those donkeys that the Russians have been issued recently. Do the donkeys know why they're there? Do the donkeys even know that there's a war going on? No. So these animals are entirely innocent. They don't have the knowledge or the comprehension to know what they're doing or why they're there. So when they get attacked with, say, a drone and a donkey, gets killed because of that, I feel a lot of sympathy for the donkey. The donkey doesn't even have a clue what's going on or why it just got hurt or why it just got killed. As far as even the conscripts, I would feel generally less sympathy for just anyone involved in the war at all, especially on the Russian side, and I'll explain why here in a second. And that's because humans have the ability to reason and deduce and to have sense. And so we generally understand, even the conscripts do that don't want to be there, what's going on, why they're there, and the dangers that are involved. So when even when the conscripts who don't want to be there get wounded or killed, as human beings, we all have a propensity to understand there's an inherent level of risk in being in a war at all. So you know that they understood that risk, and that means that they understood that sort of thing could eventually happen. The other issue, however, well, the Russians at least, and to explain this is where we have to kind of dissociate a bit and just get on with business, is that the Russians are a state that is not inherently friendly to the United States or the West, and it's an enemy nation. While that doesn't mean that all of the citizenry of the Russian Federation are terrible people, or the conscripts are bad people, and we should be rooting on their demise, at the same time, this is a war against a country that is our enemy, and whether those people want to be there or not, their government is forcing them to be there. And if those people end up fighting and winning for their country, that government is going to end up exacting whatever they want on the people that they've now subjugated. So in the end, we can't really have too much sympathy for them, although we certainly should as neutral third-party observers. We're not necessarily third-party neutral observers here on this channel. We're Americans, and Americans have an invested stake in the conflict currently. Us as citizens, as an extension of our nation, we have an invested stake in the conflict. So while I do feel sorry for the conscripts that do get wounded and killed, at the same time, this is a war against an enemy government and an enemy state that is sending these people to the front to exact their will onto innocent people inside of Ukraine and eventually innocent people inside of Eastern Europe that are our allies. So for that reason, we can't really extend such a level of sympathy that we end up defeating ourselves and going, oh, this is terrible that we're, killing the soldiers of an enemy nation that wants to subjugate our people in Eastern Europe. We ought to just stop this whole war and let them get what they want, and then enact this suffering on innocents inside of the Baltics, Poland, Belarus, Ukraine, and so on. Then we start to generally lose the direction. So I understand where some people are coming from with that, but that's the general reasoning and logic that I use on a daily basis when covering this kind of stuff. But moving on from that, and out of that news, and further on into the Robotny area, we did get to see Ukrainian airstrikes targeting and destroying Russian positions with GBU-39s. And we see here the MiG-29 roaring on in and dropping his GBU-39s, rolling over to get out of the way of possible air defense. And here in a second, we'll be able to see those GBU-39s making landfall effectively.
Damn, that was a big hit. Looks like it took care of that building nice and swell.
I think that's now a timber yard. But that's the end of the clip, still showing the damage and destruction of a command post within southern Ukraine. We did get to hear that apparently Russian cabs did reach Dnipro today for the first time ever. We'd actually see the streak of one entering the city. Cabs are generally glide bombs dropped by Su-34 fighter bombers. We've never seen that before, but it is incredibly interesting to note how far they are reaching into the country. Before we move on from that, though, we do have a lot of people talking about the possibility of World War III and what their opinions are, whether it's a rising threat or a falling one at the moment. And Matthew, what are people thinking, and what are you thinking as well?
All right, so it's been a very long time since we've run a poll like this one right here, just a general overview of the entire situation around the world. And the question on the poll says, what is your assessment of the global conflict situation and the odds of World War III breaking out? Because, of course, that's always a question we're asked about all the time, and let's see what the audience thinks about that exact topic. So 36% said it's cooling off and the odds of World War III are decreasing, while only 27% said it's heating up and World War III odds are increasing, and 28% said, I think it's remaining constant. And I would actually be with the 27%. I guess you said the minority here. I would say it's heating up. The World War III odds are increasing, but when I say that, I'm not saying that World War III is imminent, nor am I saying it's highly likely either. When I say it's increasing, I mean maybe by a couple of percent points, if that. So it's certainly heating up globally. China is still aggressing toward Taiwan in their own ways. We have Russia and also Ukraine ramping their war efforts up. It's now summertime, and we still have the imminent situation popping off in the Middle East. And we have more smaller conflicts elsewhere as well, and also situations in Serbia. They're now popping off as well. So I would say there's certainly not been a cooling off. The Axis powers are still consolidating. North Korea is helping Russia, China's helping Russia, and the allied powers in the West are still helping each other tremendously to defeat the proxy forces that we're currently fighting right now. So certainly not cooling off, in my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that generally it's remaining a constant. I'd have to go with the 28% because while we are seeing that things have started to subside, at least for now, like Matthew has said, a lot of things are still going on in the background at the moment, which is pretty much seeing that everything's been put into a state of stasis at the moment, but it hasn't completely subsided, and we're also not making any efforts to de-escalate the situation, or at least the Axis powers are not making any actions to de-escalate the current situation. The Iranians are going to be working on renuclearizing or working on their nuclear development programs. The Chinese are still working towards trying to exact their plans on Taiwan. It's a few years away, so it looks like a slow burn at the moment, but it eventually will become a major issue. We know that the Koreas are still, of course, always tense. We know that Eastern Europe is a very serious situation, even right now. So I would actually say that we're remaining steady, or may even be inching a little bit closer to larger conflicts breaking out around the world that might possibly end up becoming some kind of world war, maybe eventually. But I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion. And moving on from that and into Odessa, we also got to see a Garand 2 being shot down by air defense over the city of Odessa. And here's the clip. And it appears that there's music in there, en guerre. But we can see the Garand getting shot down by the air defense, and then tumbling down as a fireball into the sea.
That was a hell of a lot of air defense fire right there for that one drone.
Yeah, Odessa is like air defense heaven. Like, there is so much air defense at Odessa, it's unbelievable. Every time anything flies towards Odessa, the whole sky lights up. Like, you can literally, it almost looks like the sun's out from how many tracers are flying through the air at any given moment. But moving on from Odessa, it is now time for us to move on into Kyiv to cover the speech from the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelenskyy, today, which he made on Constitution Day. Today was actually quite a significant day for the Ukrainian state, and there was an incredibly long address made by President Zelenskyy here at the start, but we'll only be showing the part where he addresses the nation on Constitution Day. We will not be showing the rest of it where awards are handed out to soldiers of Ukraine defending the front lines. If you want to see that, there is a link on the map to be able to watch the whole thing, but we want to make sure to be able to press forward with getting to talk to all of y'all. So without further ado, let me make sure that we put on our English subtitles really quickly as well. We don't want to be able to miss out on what's going to be said in English here in a moment. But without further ado, here's the speech from the president of Ukraine. Speech!
Speech!
Шановні пані та панове солдати і матроси, сержанти, офіцери та генерали, Президент України, Верховний головнокомандувач Збройних сил України Володимир Зеленський та пані Олена Зеленська.
Слава Україні! Шановні присутні, пані та панове, дорогі наші воїни, представники української влади, дипломатичного корпусу, дорогий Анджею, пане президенте Польщі, дорогий український народе. Ми відзначаємо сьогодні День Конституції України, нашої держави, нашого народу, перше слово її першої статті – Україна. І це відображає нашу головну мету, наше завдання. Україна є і буде на землі, українці є і будуть на землі. І це водночас наша ціль і спільний обов'язок. Місія кожного і кожної, для кого Україна справді на першому місці. Хто не уявляє свого життя без України і без кого Україну вже не уявити. Ми держава мільйонів людей, але мільйони для нас ніколи не були та не будуть просто людською масою. Це нація, яка складається з громадян, які в силах відстояти те, у що вірять, і те, чого прагнуть. І саме завдяки цьому Україна є. Україна – це мільйони імен, якими ми пишаємося. Україна – це вибір, який щодня роблять наші люди. Це мільйони дій і подвигів, які всі разом Україна. І суспільний договір між усіма нами полягає в тому, що Україна понад усе. Українці – наша незалежність, наші права, наші мрії, всього народу понад усе. І коли ми говоримо про це, слова звучать сильно. Бо це слова не про щось абстрактне, а про конкретних людей. Про конкретні справи. Про конкретний пройдений шлях. Про всіх нас з вами, про громадян, які наповнюють життям Україну. Усе. Від її основного закону до кожного її дня. Саме ці люди пишуть сторінки історії і наповнюють сторінки Конституції життям, своїм прикладом, своїми справами і подвигами. Одна з таких історій молодшого сержанта Олександра Іванцова, який добровольцем взяв участь у надскладній операції ГУРу на початку війни, здолавши гвинтокрилом понад 100 кілометрів у групі десанту. Він висадився на Азовсталі. Згодом, знищуючи ворогів, він самостійно вийшов з оточення, подолав більше 100 кілометрів окупованої території, дістався України і продовжив її захищати. Разом з ним сьогодні тут його дружина, його мама, і я впевнений, вони пишаються своїм чоловіком, сином своїм, а від сьогодні героєм України. Серед тих, ким пишається наш народ, Володимир Захлюпаний. 30 років Володимир Миколайович несе світло знань діткам у ліцеї Гостомелю. Він втратив сина, якого в окупації вбили загарбники, але не зламався і продовжує присвячувати життя сотням інших дітей, своїм учням, вихованцям, наступним поколінням українців. Вони точно чутимуть і знатимуть історії людей, які бережуть Україну, захищають її Конституцію, її незалежність, захищають людське життя. Як це робить і Олена Ставицька з Сумщини. У складі групи «Білі Янголи» вона допомагає постраждалим від обстрілів, надає медичну допомогу, здійснює евакуацію наших людей, пише за цей рік, лише за цей рік. Це понад 1000 українців, серед яких 370 – це діти. А наймолодшій дитинці, яку було врятовано 6 днів. Жити, щоб допомагати, віддавати всі сили, аби сильною була Україна. Цей принцип сповідують мільйони наших громадян. І чимало з них віддали своє життя, аби жила Україна. Серед таких героїв полковник повітряних сил Віктор Поливяний. За час бойових дій під його керівництвом на південному напрямку було знищено майже 700 повітряних цілей. Літаки, крилаті ракети, іскандери, майже 500 шахедів та багато іншого зла, що летіло на нашу землю, летіло у наших людей. Такі офіцери – наша гордість. Втрата таких справжніх офіцерів – наш біль. Пам'ять про Героя України, полковника Поливяного, назавжди буде з нами, як і пам'ять про всіх полеглих за свободу України. Ми будемо нести спогад про них у своїй щоденній роботі, боротьбі, сотнях інших справ, звитяг та історій. Прошу зараз всіх вшанувати хвилиною мовчання пам'ять усіх загиблих героїв. Пані та панове, сьогодні в День Конституції України ми дякуємо всім, хто робить важливе кожного дня. Ті, хто на фронті з 2014 року, хто доставляє все, що потрібно, хто долає вогонь і темряву, аби у наших містах і селах було життя. Хто наодинці тримав позиції декілька днів поспіль, хто отримав тяжкі поранення, але не втратив дух, здолав 6 марафонів світової серії, хто робить найскладніші операції 24/7, бо у справі порятунку немає 8-годинного робочого дня, а є цілодобова потреба боротись за життя. Наші воїни, наші волонтери, медики, вчителі, митці, наші спортсмени, мільйони українських громадян – все це люди, чиї дух і витримка відповідають викликам часу. Люди, яких війна позбавила сну, відпочинку. Війна змінила їхнє життя, обмежила права, але вони роблять більше, ніж рамки конституційних обов'язків. Більше. Роблять не за вимогами закону, а за покликом серця. Таких історій, їх не сотні, і навіть не тисячі. І немає в світі такої площі, яка б могла вмістити всіх українців та українок, які заслуговують на вдячність, шану і на оплески. Дякуємо.
Heroem Slava.
Rom Slava. And that is the end of the speech from President Volodymyr Zelenskyy here on Constitution Day in the state of Ukraine, which is fairly similar to Independence Day here in the United States. But nevertheless, that is going to be moving us on into the second segment of this stream where we get to talk to all of y'all. And boy, howdy, folks, what a fun time that is. We get to talk about literally anything and everything that really anyone wants to talk about, unless if it's religion or politics. We generally keep that out of the show. But beyond that, I got to say, I got to thank everyone for subscribing so far today. We've actually gained about 400 subscribers over the course of this live stream. We are very honored and appreciative to have all of y'all here joining us tonight, most likely for all of y'all's first time ever here in the channel's history. I also hope that if you have not done so yet, that you do subscribe and you do like and comment. It is not mandatory, it is just required. I do thank you all very much for your understanding and appreciation that while this is a democratic system, it is mandatory for everyone to practice their democratic rights and responsibilities by subscribing to this channel. If you do otherwise, you may possibly be sent to the gulags. I'm sorry, a re-education camp to learn about the error of your ways. Nevertheless, we will be making sure to move on into the second part of the stream, where we get to talk to each and every one of y'all. And so, Matthew, I understand that we have plenty of people to talk to, and I also understand that apparently there was some simping in the chat for the sign language lady, which was getting out of hand. But beyond that, what do we got, Matthew?
There was some simping indeed. I have no idea why. I will admit she was attractive, but some people were getting a little bit out of control, getting a little crazy. I must say, getting a little crazy. Some people say the craziest I've ever seen. But anyways, all that aside, we're jumping right into our super chat questions once again. So this one goes to Uncle David Other Nephew, who's a longtime channel viewer as well, and throws in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Uncle David, for that $50 support as well. We do appreciate that. And he said, pick one from the chat brothers in LSA.
Hey, and a massive thanks to you for the support, Uncle David, Other Nephew, for being a channel legend here. And I gotta thank you incredibly for helping this channel to keep running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it rolling. I gotta say, a massive thanks to you so much once again for always enjoying this channel and supporting it, because folks like you help to make us make this channel a reality each and every passing day. And so we will make sure to get one from the chat in your honor. And of course, long live the Lee Spring Army. And what do we got for a live chat, Matthew?
All right, so this one goes to Quasi, who said, do you have any intel on the readiness of the Russian armed forces for the summer offensive, and are their troops set and ready, and summer is here in Slav Ukraine in LSA?
And I got to thank you for asking. A great question. And I'd have to say that at least at the moment, we do not have any intelligence to suggest when the offensive will begin inside of Zaporizhia. We do have picture evidence showing that there is a significant amount of Russian brigades that are being moved from other areas into the southern front, which is showing that there will eventually be an offensive. It's just that we don't know exactly when it will be or the force readiness of those units at the time. Considering the fact that those pictures came out just 2 days ago, it's highly likely that this offensive will be ready in a couple of weeks or a month at the earliest, as they will have to get these forces into position. They will also have to build up significant supply bases and railheads within the area to be able to supply those brigades and corps units from, or army corps from, and then they'll have to push forward their offensive and also create their battle plans if those have not already been created. So that will mean that it will probably be several weeks or about a month away until that offensive actually begins, meaning that this will most likely be happening around late July, and that probably would be a better time of the year. The temperatures will start to cool down slightly at least, the ground will be solid, and also it will be still within generally an opportune weather and a time window, at least from what we can tell. So it seems as though this will most likely be happening around late July at some point, if I had to take a good shot in the dark at it. But a big thanks to you once again for sponsoring our live chat and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and help it to keep on running. And we are always massively appreciative, Uncle David Other Nephew, for your support and you helping us to keep this channel rolling and make this thing a reality every day. I've got to say that tonight was one hell of a news night, by the way, folks. Before we keep on moving on through the questions, we've actually had 200,000 people here so far over the course of an hour and 50 minutes. And I got to say that those kinds of numbers are actually pretty wild. I thank you all so far for being here tonight and enjoying our news so far. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Cypress96, who puts in a $28 donation, and thank you very much, Cypress, as well, for that support. And he said, good evening, Enforcers, and on the USS Carl Vinson, what are the cables hanging on the island and tower used for? And keep up the good work in LSA.
And let me go look at those really quickly so that way I can try and see what you speak of. These are actually used for signal flags, at least from what I know. Anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, though. But generally, what these are used for are signal flags. And let me go see if I can pull up a conning tower, aircraft carrier Signal flags. Let me go see if I can show this to you. Let's see here. Maybe we got one for a Nimitz class carrier. Geez, do they have any good pictures of these? Well, actually, yeah, they do. Actually, here's one right here. You can actually see one of the sailors running up a signal flag right there. But I believe that that's what most of those are actually for signal flags. You can actually use different sequences of signal flags on these lines here to be able to send messages to surrounding vessels and ships within your fleet. And that's generally the only purpose that they serve. Anything that has to do with communications or anything along those lines is held within the actual central internal mast. And they are not exposed to the open air. So generally those are used for signal flags, at least from what I'd understand. We also have on board these aircraft carriers and all modern naval vessels, those very same lines for the signal flags, and we also have a little light system. I wish I could show one of those to y'all. I just don't know what the thing is called. But it's a circular light, pretty much a beacon, almost like a spotlight, that has a shutter built over it, and on the side is a lever that you can pull forward and close very rapidly. And that can also be used to send messages as well to surrounding vessels that may be too far away, or it may be the nighttime where they wouldn't be able to read signal flags, and that would also allow you to be able to speak to other vessels without using a radio. So that generally is also another signaling method that's on board modern U.S. warships. A fairly old one. It's actually been around for an incredibly long period of time, but that also does exist as well. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, at least from my knowledge. And it appears that a lot of people who actually do have a great deal of knowledge about naval signals actually said that my statement was correct, and those lines on board the carriers actually are used to convey signals through the flags to each other. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that question was the answer was exactly what you were looking for, and I got to thank you incredibly for helping this channel to keep on running. Also, another interesting thing to share this with y'all. Some people are like, wow, that's really old school. This is even more old school. Let's see, I think it's bosuns are actually still taught the ways of the astrolabe, which is this very interesting little system that allows you to be able to generally get your exact distance on the planet by calculating the distance, I believe it is, to the North Star or the Polaris star to the horizon. And you can pretty much figure out wherever you are in the world at any given moment in time doing that. It's actually really interesting how it works. I wouldn't even be able to explain to y'all how it works because it's well beyond my pay grade, but it's an incredibly interesting sort of a system, and the Navy actually still teaches people how to use the astrolabe and other sorts of systems like that for redundancy reasons. If for some reason the vessel's electronic systems or computer systems are out, it's important for these sailors on board the vessel to be able to carry on their activities and duties. Otherwise, the vessel could be in a dangerous position, as it would have no way to signal or contact the outside world to be able to let them know they're in trouble. And on top of that, they wouldn't even know how to navigate to be able to get themselves to safety. By the way, folks, it would be highly unlikely that if a ship was in this bad of a state that it needed an astrolabe, that they would still be inside of combat. If something this severe has happened to where all of the ship's computer systems are knocked out, that means most of its weapon systems are pretty much inoperable at that point, and this vessel is going to be using this form of navigation to be able to find its way back to a base, such as one in Guam or elsewhere in the world, to be able to try and have its computer system rebooted or turned off and on again by a technician. So also it's the sextant. Actually, let me go get that. The sextant. Here we go. I don't want to put that in early and press enter. That could get us some bad results. But this is it right here, actually. There it is. The sextant.
Aha. Is that a Russian holding that thing?
Actually, I think that might be a U.S. Navy sailor.
Can't
No,
really
actually,
tell. It looked like a Russian.
probably a British sailor, actually. Let me go pull up a Royal Navy uniform. Let me go pull this up. We don't want the ones of the officers. We want the ones of the enlisted. No, actually, theirs are black. Actually, I like that look better. That looks way better than the white. I don't like the white uniforms. I think the black ones look better. But beyond that, I actually couldn't tell y'all whose Navy this guy is in, because the U.S. Navy doesn't have this blue apron to the top of the uniform. Ours, I believe, is actually black, if I remember correctly. Let me go pull up U.S. Navy uniforms. U.S. Navy. Yeah, see, ours is white, or I believe some of them are black. We also have the all-black uniforms as well, which in my opinion look way better. But still, I don't know whose that is, actually. Someone said it's not a U.S. naval uniform. Certainly isn't. That's what I'm thinking. Certainly not the U.S. Navy. It's got to be someone else's Navy. Maybe the British. I'm guessing it's the British. But anyways, that's the actual system that they're actually taught to use, not the astrolabe. The astrolabe is an older version of the sextant. The sextant is I believe, the most modern navigational instrument that can be used by the Navy, and they still use it to this day and train their sailors how to operate these things. They're bizarre looking. I mean, look at that thing. It's just whack looking. It's really cool though.
Yeah, it does look cool. I like the golden one. That's really nice. It's got to be gold.
It's got to be gold. We got to have gold. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to the third deviation, who puts in a 20. And he said, thank you for your incredibly diligent coverage of the Middle East, and for many of us who have family and friends and other connections there, and your empathy and professionalism during these attacks meant a ton, and thank you, enforcers.
And we thank you massively, the third deviation, for enjoying our coverage and giving us incredibly high praise. We've been running this channel for absolutely incredibly long years, because it's actually, they're not that long. It's actually been really short, because it's still kind of shocking to believe that I started the channel on my own in August of 2021. Matthew joined in April of 2022. And that was eons ago at this point in reality. That was years ago. And it still feels like that was kind of yesterday, really. But beyond that, we are more than happy to do that. We have been doing that for years on multiple different conflicts, especially the Ukraine war, which has usually been the bread and butter of world news coverage for the large part here on the channel, because it's something that's always going on every day, and there's usually something fairly big happening. So we have actually had a lot of people up in Ukraine greatly appreciate our work. We've had Ukrainian service members reach out and thank us. We've had members of the Foreign Legion reach out saying that they've enjoyed the show. We've had people of all types in Ukraine, folks who have family members in Ukraine, folks who actually have fought in Ukraine, who watch the channel. They greatly enjoy it, and we love to know that we are able to cover the news in a way that is inherently neutral, but still pro-Western, to be able to show the kind of respect that we have for our allies around the world, because that's really the only bias that we'll ever have on this channel, is that we are pro-Western and pro-American. I'm not going to be some sort of a brainless nincompoop like Tucker Carlson or someone else that calls themselves a patriot, but at the same time forsakes our very own citizenry here in the country. I might not talk about what I believe politically, whether I'm a Republican or a Democrat, or whether I'm one thing or another, but one thing I will say is that I'm an American, and as long as there are any other Americans alive, which there always will be, at least when I'm living, I'm always going to be speaking on our news coverage in a way that speaks to all Americans, regardless of their political affiliations, regardless of their faith or beliefs. I always want people to know that this channel is the place that they can come to find the most neutral, analytical news that could be seen, hopefully the most respectful, at least for the instance, but also at the same time knowing that there are real patriots of the United States running this channel that actually look out for the welfare, benefit, and good fortune of the country on the daily basis as we cover this news, and that's always at the forefront of our minds. But a big thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't have been able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't have been able to keep this thing running. So a massive thanks to you so much once again for supporting this channel and appreciating it, and I'm glad to know that we are giving the mainstream news these days a run for their money, at least in terms of information and detail. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat is going to go to Randy Smith, and Randy put in a 20, and thank you very much, Randy, for that support. He said, does this mean that the peace deal is over?
The peace deal is still on for now. It's just that we know that the Israelis are getting ready for round 2 at the moment. So that generally seems to be the case, is that it's not, the peace isn't over, the ceasefire hasn't ended, but the Israelis are clearly getting ready to end it at some point here in the future, probably within the next month, or maybe 2. And so I hope that does address that the best we can. A big thanks to you once again for support, and we're on to the next one.
And we've got a $20 support from Joe Little, and Joe said, I'm late to the stream, but the enforcers acknowledged the protests in Serbia again.
And I thank you for the support, Joe Little. And yes, we have. We actually did cover that tonight, Joe Little. I got to thank you for the support. And you can actually rewind a little bit. It wasn't too it wasn't too much earlier in the stream from now that we covered that, but we did talk about it a little bit and the underlying issues that are happening inside of the country. So I thank you so much for the support, Joe Little, and also being an old guard and a channel legend. And I hope that does answer that question incredibly well, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And a massive thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And before we move on to the next one, I actually saw someone say something in the chat I wanted to address really quick. Someone said, actually it was East Malibu, an old guard, by the way. I want to give you your recognition, East Malibu. I never really get to mention you much, but you're an old guard of the channel. You've been here since the early days. East Malibu said, don't apologize for being pro-American and pro-democracy. We dig you just the way you are. And that I do know. When I bring that up, I never bring it up to apologize. I bring it up to make a disclaimer. It's more so a warning for people who might not have a lot of sense that this channel doesn't play silly games. I'm not one to get into the modern political zeitgeists and try and make sense of the nonsensical dogma that comes out of both parties. We're here to do what we're supposed to do as Americans. We are here to support the United States of America. I have a great deal of respect for everyone in the country. We have, Matthew and me actually have a great deal of respect for everyone in the country. We have a great deal of respect for the fast food workers, the stock brokers and traders, the oil workers, the coal miners, all of the people of this country, the farmers, so on and so forth. You name it, we have a great deal of respect for them. Because at the end of the day, regardless of what political affiliation they have, they are also an American, much like we are as well. And these people are just like us in almost every single way, beyond what their religious beliefs are or what their political beliefs are, and that they're out there trying to work a job to make themselves a little bit of money, and they're looking forward to the day that they'll be able to live a good life, like they would dream to. It's the American dream, as they call it. And we know that that's generally what Americans are at a baseline. And we greatly appreciate all of those folks, because they're out there every single day and they're working hard, and sometimes it gets incredibly tough for them, and sometimes folks even wonder if what they're doing has any purpose to it at all, for themselves or for the country as a whole. And here on this channel, we always want people to know that it actually does have a great deal of value. We respect them greatly. Folks who are on this channel from the United States, we respect them a great deal for whatever job they hold at all, and whatever they're doing in this country. It has a great deal of worth and value to us, and we have a great deal of respect for any of our viewers from other countries around the world that are doing the very same thing for their nation, because they fill the same job and the same roles in their country as Americans are filling in ours. We always want to make that clear on this channel, because not a lot of people do. And that's something that I always have a great issue with these days, with so many different sorts of media agencies and people who have forefront voices in news or the popular culture. They always say things like, oh, gee, let me think of a couple of right-leaning and left-leaning names, because Tucker Carlson's always one of my go-tos. But as you all know, Tucker Carlson has his own spin, but generally fill in any name you want. So, you know, whoever you dislike the most. Generally, all of them say the same message, though, whether you're on one political aisle or the other, that Americans are worthless, the country is hopeless, it's time to just give up. They absolutely hate the country. They would love anyone anywhere else but Americans. And I think that is an absolutely terrible thing to try and portray, and a terrible thing to say, because whether people want to think it or not, they're actually leading Americans to believe that there is no point in even fighting anymore for what we've been fighting for 250 years. There's no reason to fight to continue to see that the American flag is raised over our country. There's no reason in taking pride in your job and trying to do the best you can. There's no reason for any of that, because the country is a lost hope, and you're a lost hope as well. You're a part of a doomed society, as some people say, and I'd like to say the different. I'd like to say that no matter whether you're from the city of Seattle or the backwoods of the Appalachians, that everyone in this country has their place, everyone has their purpose, and everyone's working towards the same thing in this country, which is to see the United States continues to remain on top, that our quality of life continues to remain assured, and that nobody in the world, wherever they may be or whatever they may be doing, will ever be able to take that from us. That is what the United States of America, no matter who these people are, fighting for each and every day, whether they realize that or not, or whether anyone's telling them or not. And that's why I always try and make that message incredibly clear on the channel, and that's also why I'll never bow down to those people or apologize to them for our stances. If an American is silly enough to come onto this channel and hear the kind of statements we make, and then say something like we were bought out by the Israelis or we were bought out by the Ukrainians, I'm not really talking to them because unfortunately it seems as though they've drank some sort of Kool-Aid that they'll never undrink, or they'll have to figure that out on their own time. That's something
Cult
that,
followers.
yeah, it's generally cult followers who say stuff like that, or people who say stuff like Iran ought to have a nuclear weapon. I'm not here to talk to those people because they quite clearly have made up their minds. They've drank their Kool-Aid, and they're not going to have it any other way. They're here to spoil for a fight. I'm not going to give them one. If they're goofy enough to pretty much run the country into the ground, they might be goofy enough to believe that. I would never allow it. But that's generally how it works, at least in my opinion. It's always
You said you respect you respect all the jobs that Americans have.
yeah, generally.
I mean, personally, I don't respect drug dealers.
Well, I mean, that's not really a job. That's a crime. Like, you know, like,
I'm joking. I'm just joking. Well, I'm being serious about the statement. It was a joke. I was trying to. I was
I was
joking.
like, man, I was like giving like a huge speech, like a patriotic speech at the end. You're like, man, I don't like those drug dealers. It's like, well, obviously.
That was a Norm Macdonald delivery on that one. I was trying to go for it, and it kind of worked, kind of not.
Man, I was like, what the hell? I was like, that's not a job. That's a crime, dude. I was like, what are you talking about? But anyways, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least. Like that threw me off there at the end, honestly, man. I was like, what the hell? I was like, what are you trying to get at here? But anyways, with that, I hope I made my point, but I'm never going to apologize for that. And if people expect me to be that neutral that I can't even be a patriot for my country, they're expecting far too much. I'm never apologizing to those people. They can pretty much pack up and go find another channel that'll forsake the country they're from. That's not ever going to happen here, though. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat here goes to Destiny Edgington, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Destiny, for that support and also being a longtime channel legend as well. And Destiny said, did Iran say thank you yet? LOL. No, they haven't. They've never said thank you. Their version of thank you is they're going to try to go get the IAEA chief. He's going to apparently be on their radar now. That's the big thank you from Iran. And also the big thank you is they're rebuilding all their nuclear sites as fast as they possibly can, and they're trying to get the enrichment back online. That's the freaking thanks we're getting from Iran. So if that's the way they say thank you, then we should say thank you in the same way. How would Iran like to have a air show again?
I think they like one, really. But the Iranians...
Yes, with their best stuff. With our best stuff.
With our finest. You know, the Iranians got a free air show, Matthew, and a weapons demo. Sadly, we can't sell anything to them, though. But I think a lot of people were impressed by it. But still, I hope that does address that well. We thank you so much for the support and helping the channel to keep running. And with that, we are about to be moving on to the next. Also, really quickly, I saw someone, and like, I don't mean to bring this up, but I got to say this really quickly. Someone brought up, well, yeah, but this political party says that the other political party is the enemy of the state. They all say that. Like, every one of them do. I don't know why some people try and make that out to be a thing where it's like only one party does it. Like, look, I've lived in America for my whole life. I know what happens. Everyone makes out the other to be demons. Like, think about it realistically there. Like, you're saying that the current president said that the other party is enemies of the state. Well, I remember back when the election was happening recently, the other party was also saying that about him as well. So, you know, it's generally something that just happens as a part of the political system these days. I find that kind of I find those statements to go well overboard. Instead of just saying the president is incompetent or not really doing his job well, and we don't think that he's enacting good policies, everyone wants to go to this person is trying to destroy the country, they're a traitor conducting treason, and they should be put in prison or executed, which is just the farthest sort of allegations and statements that could ever be made, and it completely degrades any kind of faith that anyone would ever have in anyone in the country, because all you hear is that either side is just trying to ruin the country, destroy it, and literally end it for no reason, which doesn't make any sense at all. Like I would never allege that against anyone, because that's a very erroneous sort of a claim to make just because people don't like the policies. So, you know, that's what I'd have to say. But I also have to say, saying that, I was generally trying to say to the specific person I'm talking to, which is now engaging me, that kind of political talk isn't really welcomed here. Just gotta put this out. So, you know, that kind of political talk of trying to divide people and say, oh, but this guy's a demon and the other guys are saints, that's not really allowed here. So I'd encourage you to not do that and cease, at least from what I can say. But with that, we're on to the next one.
I just don't get that demonization and stuff like that. Like, I can totally understand if somebody finds a particular politician's policy to be repulsive to them. Like, I totally get that, because obviously we have our own personal beliefs about things that we don't get into on the channel. But I've always said this for a long time. When people start getting into like cults, like they start saying, they are so opposed to this one group of politicians that they start getting militant against them, basically, to the point where they start mobilizing people to harass them and things like that. It's like, okay, that's not what America was designed for. America was designed to have civil discourse, like civil conversations about things. And just because you're not getting your way right now doesn't mean it's always going to remain that way, because, of course, they change presidents every 4 years. And to get crazy between the 4 years before it changes, it's like, it's pointless, because you're not going to be able to change anything until the next election. So I just don't understand that tribalism, cultish type stuff that goes on these days. It really is anti-American, really, to get that extreme with it, because that's not what America was designed for. If it was designed for that, we'd be like communist China or Russia at this point.
Yeah, and if you notice, like the most extreme voices, Matthew, on politics, where are they? Where are those voices in the media? Well, generally, they're inside of social media institutions like TikTok, which are Chinese owned and operated. It's very interesting with that, because the whole thing, I don't know if people see it, and I'm speaking actually to a specific viewer in the chat with this, because they're continuing to repeat the stuff. Well, it doesn't look like they've repeated it recently, but just to speak about it a little bit, our enemies want to agitate us. Whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, they want to agitate you to piss you off to where you want to go and attack the other side instead of just have a normal discourse with them. They want to use our very own free democratic system against us and turn people against each other to the point that it can't work. That's what they're trying to do. I don't know how people don't see that, because if you're someone who's left-leaning, you think the right-leaning people are the demons, I can promise you that the same thing you're alleging for the right-wing people is happening in your side as well. I see it, because I don't pick the party lines or anything like that. I sit there as in a third-person perspective when I look at politics, and I just look at both sides, and both of them do the same things. If you tell me, a Republican or a Democrat's doing this, I can find a Republican or a Democrat doing the very same thing on the other political side, exactly to a T. And for some reason, when that happens on your political party side, no matter which side you pick, it's acceptable then, because the other side's been ripping off the country and it's time for us to get ours. But then when the other side does it, it's a heinous crime and they have to be put in prison. And the truth of the matter is that a real American will look at either of the crooks and they would say that both of them deserve to be put in prison for the crimes they're conducting against the citizenry, and they're robbing the taxpayer blind. That's generally what a real American would say. A real American wouldn't sit there and say that, look at this. It's like, specifically, it's the Republicans or the Democrats that this has happened to. They're the real problem. No, it's actually both sides. It's both sides that are the problem, because on the left side, you have a whole bunch of CCP backers that are funding and supporting the most far extreme people on the left, and then on the right, you have the Russians that are funding and supporting the most extreme people on the far right. And both of them know that they're agitating these groups, and they're just going at it. And everyone else is watching these two extremist groups supported by the Chinese and the Russians going at it from the most extreme fringes of both party, and it's polarizing and pretty much creating more extremists as it keeps going. And people are just
That's why I say it's cult-like, because cults hijack people's psychology. That's how they get them. First of all, they lure them in, and then they trap them in the cult. And they get trapped in cults because the cult becomes the person's entire personality. Their whole identity is built around the cult. And it's weird. It's like the politicians have studied how cults operate, and they've started instituting those same methods on the average everyday American voter. And they've started inducting them into the cult. It used to not be that way. I don't know exactly when it changed really, really bad. Probably in the last 10 or 15 years, it's really changed dramatically. And the sad part is our own politicians are the ones helping to propagate that. It started with social media propaganda, and then the politicians realized, social media is a really good tool. Like, I can use that to try to get reelected. So foreign adversaries started off with PSYOP campaigns to try to divide Americans, and then the politicians, being greedy and wanting to get reelected, they ran with it. So it's a failure on multiple different sides, and it's just cult mentality, it's tribalism, and the people, American voters, they can't properly detach themselves from the cult because their whole personality is built around it. That's why, for example, you'll see people that build their whole lives around a political party, and they can't think outside of it for critical thinking, not even for a split second, because if they did, that would crack the entire foundation of their personality if they did that. And that's the problem.
And I see some people, this is just so funny to me. It's only been crooked since Obama, or it's only been crooked since Kennedy. Oh, come on, people. It's been crooked forever. There's always going to be crooked people in the system. You've got to go and get the bad eggs. People can't try and describe it. Oh, it was the Democrats, the Republicans. They really kicked off this whole corruption thing at this specific moment in time. But before then, it was good. Come on, people. I mean, be real. I mean, I can bring up any political scandal that happened. It was in huge ones, mind you, huge ones that were huge for their time, still huge today. It's just that a lot of people forgot them from literally the beginning of the country's history up till now. The problem is that back then, whenever those scandals were uncovered, usually they would go after them no matter who they were. Like if it was a Republican or a Democrat pulling the scandal, the Republicans and the Democrats would usually try and hold those people accountable. But nowadays people realized, why in the world do that when we could pretty much make sure to buddy up our coalitions to where the Republicans don't have to go after other Republicans who are conducting scams and the Democrats don't go after other Democrats who are doing these scams. So that way we can all skim the system. And then that's how it's been for, I would say, the past 50 years at least. So you never really see anyone getting put away for much of anything anymore, because everyone's got each other's back in the scamming. And that's generally because folks like everyone who's been voting for the past 50 years has let people get away with that. Y'all should be holding these representatives and senators accountable. Y'all aren't helpless. Y'all can vote. Y'all can go out there. If you see that your representative or senator is trying to protect another member of the party that just conducted a crime, vote them out. Because that kind of a person doesn't have any moral compass. They don't have a moral principle. It doesn't matter if you agree with their policies or not. These people are morally bankrupt. You shouldn't be voting for them anymore. And yet people will go up there and they'll vote red or blue all the way. They'll put those same representatives and senators back into their offices, and the scamming continues, and then everyone wants to keep complaining that it's going on.
Well, that's mainly ignorant voters right there. Like, because I'm not saying this to like call anybody out. Because if you're doing this, I'm not saying you're ignorant at the core or something, but it is like a symptom of being ignorant. Some people will use like social media, TikTok reels as their entire education for who they vote for. That's a disaster, and it shouldn't be like that. But people get lazy and they use TikTok as their way to inform how they vote. And what will happen is the politicians will use that to put out propaganda and smear campaigns against the other people that are calling out their corruption and claim that it's all false. They'll start lying like dogs. And then the people that are somewhat sort of ignorant will believe what the lies are that they're putting out on social media. And they'll think, oh, well, so-and-so, the incumbent didn't do that crooked scheme that they're talking about because they explained it away just fine on that TikTok reel. And it'll be total lies, but they'll believe it because they're kind of a little bit ignorant to begin with. So it's just kind of unfortunate, really.
Yeah, I would have to say it's a really unfortunate sort of a thing, and I always see someone in the chat. It like even still, I feel like I'm making fairly solid points. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. But I always see people, no matter what, you can tell someone who's a hard party supporter, because they will toe the line no matter what. You'll always like I'll see these sorts of things in the chat. Oh, but it's not the Democrats that are the problem, it's the Republicans that are the problem. Or it's not the Democrats that are the problem. You see, it's the Republicans that are the problem. It's always something along those lines. Or it's not the Republicans that are the problem, it's the Democrats that are the problem, so on and so forth. And they always have a reason to explain, like, oh, well, it's only the Republicans or the Democrats that gerrymander. It's like, no, they both gerrymander. It's like gerrymandering is a common thing that happens in every state to pretty much ensure that they can never flip it to be a Republican or a Democrat state. Like, that's just something that happens. Like, all of them do it. Oh, but my representatives and senators in the Republican or Democrat party, they don't end up conducting scams where they try and rip people off or lie about themselves. No, all of them do. All of them do. You pick one party. I can tell you someone right now who's doing that in either one. It takes people having to wake up a little bit and actually decide through their good choices, through good common sense, that just because this guy agrees with you on paper, that he might not be a great guy. That's what it takes. The tribalism has to end. The tribalism,
or if he's charismatic or entertaining, that's another thing too. Just because somebody's charismatic, entertaining, or they bring, I guess you could say, some type of social enjoyment into your life, doesn't always mean that they're cut out to be a politician or a representative of the entire nation. That's a problem as well. People these days tend to vote on who they like the most. And it's been like that for a long time. Like, I don't want to make it seem like it just turned that way, but people will generally look at whether or not they like the person first before they actually examine their policies, because it's a lot easier and a lot more lazy just to say, oh, so-and-so seems likable. They make me laugh. I like their jabs at the other politicians. It makes me feel good that they're jabbing somebody. It fulfills that need to like get revenge on these other politicians that I feel have wronged me. So just for that reason alone, I'll vote for that candidate. And they won't even have a clue what their policy's about. They'll just know, I like the way that person jabbed the other politician in that debate. I'll vote for them. And it's like, terrible, terrible way to vote, because the policies that candidate might have might be horrific. They might be an airhead or somebody that doesn't have any clue what they're talking about, and you just elected them just because they were likable. It's like that's another problem.
And so many people that are getting in the government currently have absolutely no understanding of what they're in government for or how the government functions. And I would honestly say that that's really the reason why some people are feeling this decay that they're believing. It's actually, I would say, to some degree actually happening because of voters' poor decisions. There are so many of them. I wish I could name them off. We're not going to name them by name, because then people are going to get offended, because people love them. Like, those people love you back. Like, they don't even know who the hell y'all are. Like, it's like that's the thing I always don't understand about people, like, doing something, because I just saw someone say, I love my president, he's been doing well for the past 5 months. He doesn't even know who the hell you are. Like, he would tell you to get the hell lost if he saw you on the street. So would the other guy or the other woman that was running in the last election. Like I can tell you that if you are just a dead on, and I'm sorry if this offends you, but this is true. If you are a dead on in the last election, Trump or Kamala supporter, and they didn't know that you supported them in the last election, they would tell you to get the hell lost if you came up to them in the middle of the street and were like, I love you. They'd be like, what the hell are you talking about? Get the hell out of here. They don't even know who y'all are. So why in the world love them? They don't care about you specifically. You know, it's like that's kind of my question about that whole sort of a thing. But beyond that, those people are there to do a job. It doesn't matter if they're charismatic or if they look good or if they talk good. It matters that they can do a job well. And people keep on voting in these reality TV show style people. It doesn't matter from whose side. It's just people who look good on camera and seem a little bit relatable, but they have no damn clue about anything at all. And that's happening on all sides at this point. Whenever anyone new gets voted in, they don't have to have any substance or knowledge. It's just whatever. It's just whatever goes at this point. But still, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. So our next super chat here goes to Sam1234, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Sam, for that $20 support. And he said, I work at a Bobcat dealership. And, oh, really? Oh, well, that's pretty cool. He said, why do you always want Bobcat skid steers destroyed? Ha, ha, ha. Honestly, I don't really want them destroyed. I'm just fascinated by the fact that they were destroyed. Honestly, I've driven a Bobcat actually once in real life one time, and it was actually pretty fun. I liked it. It was the wheel type, not the tracked one. It was pretty cool. But no, I don't even think they really have like Bobcat brand Bobcats in Russia. I think they're using like Bing Shaling, like Alibaba Bobcats or something. I'm not really even sure, but I don't want them destroyed for the record. But Enforcer, what say you?
We don't want them destroyed, but the infographic on the Kyiv Independence Casualty Report, to show you here really quickly where the joke came from, it's actually from this specific casualty report. They show special equipment in general as a Bobcat skid steer. So we just show it as a Bobcat skid steer. And also we state that it's a Bobcat skid steer that's been destroyed. We don't want Bobcats to be destroyed. I don't really hate Bobcat skid steers. I think they're really cool, actually. But because of the infographic here, that's why we always mention it. I hate to hear, though, that you're thinking that we're trying to disparage Bobcat skid steers in general. We actually like them. I think they're pretty cool. But because of that little infographic on the casualty report, we call them the Bobcat skid steers. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Blackbird9707, who puts in a 15. And thank you very much as well. They said, watching in Tasmania.
And I got to thank you so much for the support, Blackbird 9707, and thank you for being one of our Tasmanian viewers all the way down in Tasmania in Australia. A really cool thing. You know, actually I saw a species that went extinct in Tasmania recently, and I was like, wow, that thing is wild. The last one was alive in 1936, but I wanted to show it to y'all because it's pretty interesting. Here is the Tasmanian tiger.
Is that? I thought it was a country.
No. This is Tasmania is an island in Australia, and this is a tiger on Tasmania. They're extinct now, but this was the
crap. I was looking at the feed on YouTube, but you've not pulled up the picture yet. I was looking at the country you showed me on the map or the area in Tasmania, so now I see what you're talking about. It showed up.
Oh, yeah, but this is the Tasmanian tiger. Interesting creature. They actually went extinct in the 30s. But
that thing's got a jaw on it. Look at that.
Yeah, that thing's got a mouth. Honestly, man, that thing could yap, really. I mean, that thing
That
might
thing
love
could be a damn good politician.
dude, that thing right there, look at it. It's going, ah, nah, nah, nah. Like just putting out goofy political talk, but like propaganda nearly. But still, a very interesting creature. I don't know anything about them rather than I just saw them the other day, and apparently they went extinct in the late 30s. But a very interesting creature nonetheless. It's kind of like a mix of a dog, a coyote, a tiger, all of them, and also has one of the biggest mouths I've ever seen. Even now bigger than Chris's mom's mouth. But beyond that, I gotta say, a big thanks to you once again for supporting the channel and helping to keep on running all the way down from Tasmania, Blackbird. And I hope that this was an interesting little fact about the island of Tasmania and an animal that unfortunately went extinct there some time ago. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat goes to Andrew Barbaro, who just came into the chat right this second, and he puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Andrew, for that $50 support. And that's very generous of you, and we do appreciate that. He said, good morning, good day, and good night. He said, for the masses, wake up, look in the mirror, and ask yourself, what are people looking at? I'm just saying. Honestly, that could be a dangerous question to ask, honestly. I mean, you look in the mirror sometimes, you're like, oh, who even is this? But if you're asking that question, it might be time to go see maybe somebody. But thank you very much, Andrew Barbaro. But Enforcer, what say you?
You know, sometimes I look into the mirror, Andrew Barbaro, and I go, what the hell is that? And then I sit there and stare at it really long, and then it blinks back at me, and then I get scared and run away. I don't know what the hell that thing is yet. I've still tried to figure out what it is, because that's not a mirror, that's a window, and every time I go out to look at it, it's looking right back at me. It looks just like me. A little bit bizarre, but you know, I guess that's one of those skinwalker things or whatever they talk about. I just generally tell it to go away and beat it with a bat. It seems to not bother me too much, but outside of that, I do thank you for the support, Andrew Barbaro, and I do have to say that that might be a dangerous question to ask some people who they're looking at in the mirror, because a lot of people do not like to admit that they could ever do anything wrong, and also that takes a lot of courage to even admit that you've done something wrong for most people. So that's dangerous for people to do, Andrew, but I'd highly recommend it, because people ought to have some self-introspection from time to time, and really think about what they're doing, if it's right, if it's wrong, what they're doing, that sort of a deal. I feel like that sort of self-introspection for a lot of people is important, not to reaffirm what you're doing all the time, but to actually sometimes sit down and question what you're doing and go, is this really the right thing or not? Because actually, folks, y'all might not believe it, but at least for me personally, I'd sometimes get off air or just do stuff in my own life, and then I'll sit there and think, am what I'm doing, is it right? And sometimes the answer is no. Sometimes I'm like, no, this doesn't really seem like the right thing to do. I need to change what I'm doing. Because, you know, you can't be right all the time, and everything you're doing, it can't be the correct thing to do. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for the support, Andrew Barbaro, and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Eli Wimmer, who puts in a 10. And Eli says, I've been watching since the short-lived coup attempt by the Wagner, and thanks for all the news and the geopolitically informed perspective.
Hey, and I thank you so much for watching for that long. It's crazy to think that that was about 2.5 years ago that the Wagner coup happened in mid-2023. That seems like a forever ago. I remember when that happened 1.5 years into the war. We were like, wow, it might be over. And then it's not. It's still going on now, 3.5 years later. It's really interesting because that was such a huge thing at the time. It ended up just kind of being a page in the books. But still, I thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And thank you for the kind words and supporting this channel so we can keep it running and keep covering the news. And we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Steve Pat, and he puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Steve, for that support. He said, I hope the weather in Alabama is better tonight. And also, Enforcers for President and VP. And thank you very much for that good vote right there, good sir. We appreciate that very much. Also, the weather is better today in Alabama. It's a nice, even 74 degrees right now where we are. And it's also apparently not raining. So that's a better change than last night. But it looks like it's going to be thunderstorming tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So, it looks like it's going to be storming a bit. But it's good tonight, though, thankfully. But Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you for the support, Steve Pat. And I got to say thank you for your vote in 2040 for Enforcer and Enforcer Matt for president and vice president. I've got to say, It's greatly appreciative to know that folks like you enjoy this channel and help it to keep running. And I'm glad to know that a lot of people will be voting for us, hopefully, in 2040 when we run for president and vice president. I also have to say, on top of that, that the weather in Alabama today is good. It's been rough, actually, for the past few weeks. It's raining and thundering almost every day. It actually is true. It rains down here more than it does in Seattle. I believe that is true at this point. But I do thank you greatly for hoping that the weather is well. It's been good today. But it did just say a second ago that we were getting 1 inch of rain, which does appear that it may be drizzling outside. I can't see. I actually run this show out of a literal black box, so I can't see squat. It's just pitch black in here. So with that, I hope that does address that well. I thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep running. And before anyone asks, like, is it the sensory deprivation box or something? No, it's not. It's soundproofing. We had to put up soundproofing blankets all around me. I'm a very loud person naturally, so we had to do that, one, to make it more smooth on the ears for y'all to hear me in the microphone so that there wasn't any reverb, and secondly, we had to do it to make sure that other folks around the surrounding area weren't hearing me too well. So I'm literally surrounded by soundproof blankets. It's literally a box shape of soundproof blankets. There's one on the floor, there's 4 on the walls. The only thing that's missing is one on the ceiling. But generally it dampens the noise a great deal that's coming out from back here, and it also dampens out all the noise coming from anywhere else. I literally cannot hear anything inside of this box. So when Matthew yesterday was like, oh my god, like thunder went off, raucous lightning, I didn't hear squat. Like, I heard maybe like a faint sound of a thunderclap. It didn't sound that big to me. But up there it was like a nuclear blast went off. So with that,
Yeah, I was almost dead out here. Like, honestly, like the lightning was that close. The lightning was literally right out my window. Like, no joke. When I stopped the other night to say that, I literally, like, I had my blind closed in front of my window. And I could see it like the blind was wide open, like it was a nuclear flash in front of my face. I could literally feel my skin like jump, like that weird feeling when you have like static, like a super strong version of that. And it was literally right outside. I think it like hit maybe on the street or something out there.
yeah, I think it did, but I didn't even hear the thing. But I hope that does explain a little bit about why I'm in the middle of a black box at the moment. And also it's not a flight recorder for an aircraft either. It's just a giant box made of soundproofing blankets. But anyways, with that, I hope that has addressed that the best we can. Big thanks to you once again, and we're going to be getting another one.
All right, and this one goes to Danny B, who puts in a $20 donation, and thank you very much, Danny, for that $20 support. And Danny said, good evening, enforcers. Chef Danny here, and I'm sick of people saying donate for the cause in certain political groups when most of them are millionaires and billionaires, and I'll donate to the people that need to work for it. And LSA. Honestly, Danny, I'll tell you this. Believe it or not, a lot of the politicians actually are millionaires and billionaires these days. It seems to be sort of leaning that direction, that it seems like people with money who already have it are running for politics. But the catch is, even though they have a lot of money, they still have to raise it because the elections cost so much these days. They've gotten so expensive. Like, even for a mayoral race in New York City, you're spending tens of millions of dollars just for a mayor's race. And that's just for the mayor. If you're trying to run nationally, you're talking about like hundreds of millions of dollars, potentially getting up toward, $500,000 or more you're spending on that. So it takes a hell of a lot of money to be a politician these days, which also creates a problem for a barrier to entry. If somebody wants to run for politics and they're not rich and they don't have any way to get the donations, that person doesn't really have a chance of winning, which is a bit of a problem. That's why a lot of people want to end lobbying and also end major political PACs as well. So that way that doesn't become any more of a problem. But it's a bit of a nightmare on that front, honestly. It's a lot to discuss on that topic. But thank you very much for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to agree with Matthew on a lot of those statements, Danny B. I'd have to agree. But I don't like donating to a lot of things because like beyond our fundraisers that we do here, because those are actually the nonprofits that actually do help out. But as far as like donating to other stuff where it's like, hey, would you like to help out Amazon's fund for college kids? It's like, aren't y'all like one of the biggest companies in the world right now? Couldn't you do that on your own? Just out of, generosity's sake, if you wanted to. Like, that's generally what I think on most of that stuff, so I generally never donate to any of those at all, because it's like, this is this is a stunt. It's like generally that's actually done so that way they can pretty much just get a significant tax write-off at the benefit of their customers usually, because the customers donate, they're able to write it off as a business expense, a charitable donation. It ends up actually reducing the tax footprint for that company. I'm like, I'm not gonna give you that benefit. So if you want to go help those college kids, do it with the money of the shareholders, not my money. Like that's generally how I look at it. But still, that I would have to agree with you. And also on the political side of things, it's really sad how it works these days. Matthew kind of laid out the grim sort of an aspect. You have to have a super PAC supporter, and also nobody out there in America is going to vote for you if you don't have some sort of a flashy campaign ad and have a nice pearly white smile. No one's ever going to vote for you. I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, y'all think I actually have a shot in hell of winning an election? I'd have to get so many super PACs behind me, it'd be unreal. Like actually, like speaking seriously, it would be unreal. I'd still give it a shot, but I can promise you no super PAC's going to support me because I might say things that might not really be that beneficial to them. It might be more beneficial to the citizenry at large, but you know what's going to happen? As soon as they hear me say something, they're going to run to the other guy in the election, give him all the money, and then they're going to be running hit pieces on me going, the enforcer wants to help you out, the bastard. He's going to ruin the country that way, and it's going to go that way. That's just how
But one
it
day
works.
it's going to change. One day it's going to change, though. I highly doubt that money is going to be removed from elections, like big money. Like, I doubt they're going to ban PACs or super PACs. I doubt that's going to ever happen. What will happen first, though, is it'll get so bad that the American people finally start actually recognizing that and acknowledging it, and they actually start voting based on, hey, let's see who this person's getting supported by with this PAC versus this person. And a rogue candidate might have a bigger chance in the future as people start getting more frustrated with how things are going. It might start to actually backfire on candidates that get those mega donations as people start becoming more cognizant of it. But it depends a lot on education, and it's very hard to educate people, especially the masses. It's very hard to do that. It actually takes a lot of money just to educate people on it. So it's a tough one. Like it's a bit of a tough one right there. And then you wonder, it's like, this money that's going to certain politicians, it's not free money. Like the enforcer just mentioned, there's expectations behind those donations. They say that there's not, but obviously there's expectations behind it. If a certain company that, like, for example, sells pharmaceuticals, they might want you to pass pharmaceutical legislation that doesn't crack down on their industry. Like, obviously that's the way it works. One hand washes the other, so to speak. So it's just unfortunate. It really is.
Yeah, it really is. And then everyone wants to act like it doesn't exist, and then people talk about the military-industrial complex. It's like, dude, does anyone actually know how many different lobby groups there are out in this country that are way more powerful than any military lobby group is? I mean, there's an insane amount of them out there, way more powerful than the military. I mean, hell, think about it. The healthcare industry is probably one of the most powerful out there in the world right now. The government has non-discretionary funding, meaning that we have to spend the money. There's no ability to cut it, and there's no ability to raise it. You have to spend the money that you have to on Medicare. They literally have a monopoly on that, because if they charge a certain amount for insurance and Medicare has to pay for it, the government is actually paying those very lobbies the money that they will use to lobby the government here in the future. Not saying that Medicare is a bad thing. I'm just saying that is a significantly massive lobby, because we spend far more on medical care in this country than we do on the military. We spend, I think, 2-point-something trillion a year on Medicare and Medicaid and such things, and only about 950 billion or near to a trillion on the military. So at least in terms of money going through healthcare from the government, it's twice as much. And when you think about it that way, clearly the medical industry in this country has an insanely massive lobby on the corporate levels. I'm not saying that, your average doctor in a hospital is, the enemy. I'm saying what is probably the major issue is all of those major medical industries and companies in this country that reckon tens of billions every year in profits, not in actual net profits, not gross profits. And they are able to use that money to go and lobby around and do what they want. Any industry that gets a huge amount of money, they can do anything like that. I think that's a significant. I actually have to tell you, I think that's one of the more pressing, significant issues in the country these days. Is the issue of the lobbies, and everyone knows that, and it's really hard to deal with them because to get elected, you pretty much have to have a flashy little ad and a jingle and all that, and you have to have super PAC money or a large amount of money to be able to do that, and then run those constantly to get it in people's heads that I don't know why I'm voting for this guy, but I'm going to vote for him. Unless you're from some place like, Alabama, where you just have to be a certain type of party on the ticket and then you get voted in anyways. But well, at least that's not it for the primaries. You actually have to do something for the primaries. That's where it actually matters in Alabama. But once the primaries are over, the election's pretty much over at that point. You're guaranteed to be voted in. So that's kind of how that works.
It's just let's see, on elections, the tough part is the only antidote to like political PACs, big money and things like that is to educate people. That's literally the only antidote. And even with people being educated, these political ads that are being put out when they get these $1 million advertising contracts, these politicians do to start running these political ads, the ads are so full of falsehoods. It's like, obviously the politician has freedom of speech, but it's like, does the politician have the right to put out clearly, knowingly false information in a political ad, knowing it's not true, with the intent of misleading the entire American public to win an election? I'm like, to me, that sounds like election interference. If you're asking me, that's what that sounds like. But at the same time, you got to be careful with even that, because then you start getting into, is the government going to start limiting the speech of politicians to prevent misinformation? That's another slippery slope. It's tricky, because if you start going too ham trying to regulate things, you can easily cause your rights to be eroded. But if you don't start regulating something and you allow politicians to start lying like there's no tomorrow, then you potentially have an entire country which is basically subject to domestic propaganda based on their political party, which is not good either. It's just such a tricky thing. Like, you just can't solve it with one conversation. It requires a lot of thinking.
And a lot of nuance, which a lot of people don't get. It's not an axe, it's a scalpel that you need. Also, man, like, speaking of that, I was listening actually to political campaign songs, because everyone used to have like their own unique campaign songs back in the day that they would make. It wasn't like, the modern day where you just like picked an already existing song. Man, John Quincy Adams was legitimately crazy. The song literally went something like, guns are coming, knives are coming, famines coming. Like, it was saying all that, and then it was like, if you don't vote for John Quincy Adams, all of this is coming. Literally, that was the song. It was literally just like a list. Like any bad thing, it was like, plagues are coming, knives are coming, guns are coming. If you don't vote for Quincy now, I was like, what the hell? I was like, wait a minute, that was something that happened? And yeah, it was back, but he was like the only guy who did like the fear mongering. He won apparently from the fear mongering, because that was one of the songs that was like the jingle back then for his election. But I was like, that is crazy, dude. I was like, that is just nuts. It's been going on forever, by the way, folks. The same things that are going on now have been going on forever. It's just that people are trying to find new ways to get around the system. We plugged old holes, new ones are forming. We got to plug those too. It's just normal maintenance of the country. But we still have to think about it and work towards it, because if we don't, eventually the ship will sink because it's got too many holes in it. And so with that,
I think that's what happened earlier, by the way. Like, if social media and the very, very fast communication methods we have these days existed back in, like the early days of the United States, not with the founding fathers necessarily, because they understood how bad it could get coming straight from England, and they saw how bad it really could be. But the presidents further on down the line, like getting like 10 or 15 presidents removed from the founding of the country, if they had social media, this phenomenon we're seeing in 2025 would have started at that time as well. The politicians have always been dishonest. People that rise to power are generally, you got to keep them in check because they are dishonest. Politicians are always going to be that way. They're manipulators. It's just the way it works. But when you give them a mass communication system, and then you let them broadcast that manipulation to the entire country instantly and keep putting it out on a daily basis, that's when you have a 2025 phenomenon like we're having right now. That's why it's gotten so out of control.
Yeah, it really is true. But back in the day, man, they used to regulate the stuff at least a little bit more straight up. Like back in the day, a lot of y'all look at the golden age of news. It actually is a little bit misleading to an extent, because a lot of people who are alive now in our chat were around for the days of Cronkite and so on, back when the news was considered news. It was considered neutral. And a lot of people don't know this, but the reason why is because there was a law put out by I believe it was the National Broadcasting, let's see, what was it called? It's still around today. It's whatever controls the radio, Matthew, and the TV. I forgot what the
FCC?
yeah, the FCC, or something
Federal
like that.
Communications
Uh, yeah, it's
Committee
some
or something.
it's something like that. But the FCC actually put out well, the Congress actually created the FCC back in the day to ensure political neutrality on the radio, because when the radio was first made, people were doing the same stuff they're doing today in social media with the radio. So the Congress actually created the FCC for the reason of enforcing political neutrality, and it got so severe that if you ever said anything that was a slight on radio news against one political party or the other, the Congress as a whole was going to come down on you through the fairness doctrine that was created by the FCC. When television started to become a big thing, a lot of these big companies started to get scared that the FCC was going to extend the fairness doctrine to television. So what they did, this is actually true, it still stands true to this day, is that they said, we don't want the Congress coming down on television like they did on radio. So let's do something that will allow us to do generally what we want without the FCC coming down on our necks, and let's create these television news shows. So what they did is that they created television news shows and said, we are going to make them as neutral and factual as possible, so that way they don't ruffle any feathers in Congress, because if they do, pray God, they're going to come down here and they're going to get all of our necks. So they did that, and that's why the Cronkite show existed. That's why a lot of the news shows existed back in the day that people look at as the golden age of news. And that's because a lot of these companies were not wanting the fairness doctrine to be applied to television, because they were going to apply it themselves, so that way the government didn't get involved. Fast forward.
Well,
to today,
there was nothing illegal about having a bias even then with the fairness doctrine. The part was, though, is they had to give equal coverage. That was the thing. They could preference a certain side. Like, for example, if they wanted to preference, like, I'm just saying this as a general thing. Let's say, just hypothetically, they wanted to prefer the Republicans over the Democrats. The news station or the radio station could do that and still be in compliance with the fairness doctrine. But if they started only showing Republican stuff and never showing Democrat stuff or speaking about it on their network or their radio channel, then they'd be in violation of the fairness doctrine. It was only equal coverage. It wasn't equal, I guess you could say, support of either party.
Well, that is true, but at the same time, though, it started to make things for the radio incredibly difficult, because you couldn't market like Fox or CNN does today to one side or the other. You had to kind of market in a way to both, even if you lean towards one or the other. You still had to put out their talking points in a neutral way, which means that you couldn't ever really focus on a niche group. So when the television came around, they said, let's not focus on niche groups, and let's run these things at a loss. Y'all might be interested to know, but the Walter Cronkite show never made any money. It actually lost the network money every time that show ran, every day, because it didn't really bring in a lot of viewers. But what it did do is that it laid out a pretty decent hard line for good news. And so that was generally what was going on from the 50s to the 60s to the 70s. Around the 80s, that's when groups like Fox and CNN started to form in their protoplasmic phase, for the larger part, if you could describe it as that. And then in the 90s, that's really when both of those groups took off. And by then, the government had been so removed from implementing a fairness doctrine on national television at all, that it didn't even cross their minds to try and implement it on national television once that became an issue. So it never was implemented for television. That's why you'll see that Fox News has a clear stance and CNN has a clear stance as well. And they do not cover either party fairly. They only cover one like it's a saint and the other that's as if it's a demon. And that's because the fairness doctrine actually isn't applied to television, it's only applied to radio, at least from how that went from back in the day. And now we're seeing that the Congress doesn't want to implement the fairness doctrine because pretty much the propaganda machines of CNN and Fox help them out. And then on top of that, social media helps them out a great deal. So why try and implement a fairness doctrine on social media? And how do you do that anyways? Because back in the day, you had to get a broadcasting license through the FCC, well, the FCC, for the radio to be able to have a show like that. Is there going to be a license process for anyone on the internet who wants to speak about politics? Or what if they're like a cooking channel and they speak about it once? Do they have to get a license then? Are they no longer allowed to be on air? Like what works with that? And those are the questions that no one wants to figure out the answers to these days, to see that the political playground or the political ballpark of American politics actually returns to the neutral and kind of balanced sort of a aspect that it used to have back in the day, that a lot of people wish it would return back to. It's really a matter of legislation, is the truth. But with that, I hope that it does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next super chat here goes to Brett Barlow, just throwing a massive $100 donation, and thank you very much,
Dang.
Brett, for that massive support right there, at 100, and we do appreciate that. And Brett said, Enforcer, thumbs up, Enforcer Matt, thumbs up.
And I got to thank you massively for the support, Britt Barlow, for helping this channel to keep running and making this channel possible. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to be on air saying what we say on the news and also in our question segments. I got to thank you massively for enjoying this channel, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would have never been able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't have been able to keep it running today. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, it is time for us to get on to the next one. But a huge, impressive thanks to you so much once again.
Indeed. And our next one here goes to none other than Alex Talent, who puts in a 10. And Alex said, thank you both for the daily reporting and to Matt's food fund. Oh, thank you very much for that, good sir. I do appreciate that, a food fund. He said, LOL. And if you guys need an extra hand gathering news and ADSB coverage and boat tracking, I'd be happy to be a shadow player in the LSA.
Hey, and I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I got to say, I thank you for the offer, Alex Talent. And I got to say, thank you so much for enjoying our daily reporting, and thank you for feeding Enforcer Matt. Matthew has to eat. We eat well these days. We eat like, you know, great food. Actually, it's not expensive. It's not incredibly expensive, but we were able to find a source of good, high quality food. And so I got to thank you incredibly for that, because we will be making sure to use that to get some more great food like chicken salads and stuff. But beyond that, I thank you for sharing that offer with us, because we might take you up on that eventually. But still, a huge thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Ben Bacon Bits, who puts in a 10. And Ben said, I gotta know, any reports of damage that you have seen from Iran Weasel air defense doctrine?
I'd have to declare ignorance on that, because unfortunately I don't know what that is. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that fairly well, at least in my opinion. I gotta thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hate to say that I have to declare ignorance sometimes, but whenever I say that now, I just go, at least I know where the Sawalki Gap is. If you know what I'm talking about, you know. But I'm just gonna leave it at that. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to James G, who puts in a 10. And James, that sounds like James Jen when I said that. It reminded me of trying to get some of that.
Dude, you were
to put on the
obsessed
wall.
with that. You were freaking obsessed with it.
Well, see, the problem is there's nowhere to get it in Alabama. And also, by the way, I don't drink alcohol. I just want a bottle of James Gin to put on my desk because it looks cool. And that's solely, I know it sounds goofy to some people, but just accept it. It's just my thing. I just want to put it on the side of the desk. I think it would match the aesthetic of my desk. That's all. But I can't locate it. I've been trying to locate it somewhere. I can't find it nowhere. And apparently it's just out in California. So I don't know. Like I'm just trying to get it for a decoration. That's all. But dude, James G put in a 10.
He brought that up earlier today, y'all. Actually, he brought it up. He was like, "Man, you know, like, I hope that one day I could actually get a James Gin to put up for display." He's been obsessed with it. It actually is pretty cool looking, I will admit. Let me actually go. Can we show that, Matthew, on stream? Do you think?
Yeah, you can probably show. I mean, just show like a picture on Google Images or something. Not like their website or anything.
Yeah, so we'll just show this here. This is what they look like, and I will admit they're really cool. It almost looks medicinal, more so than anything, and that's why Matthew's interested. I have to admit they look incredibly cool, but he hasn't been able to find any, and we can't get any in Alabama apparently. So a bit of a shame.
It's honestly a dry state. It's a dry state, or at least it's dry. They don't want you bringing alcohol over the state border. That's all. If you do that, you got to go through the state's cartel. Excuse me, the ABC. You got to go through the ABC board or something like that. I don't really know anything about alcohol, to be honest with you. So I don't know where they have it. I think it's California, but I don't know.
Dude, the cartel is like, I'm not scared of anything, but that thing shows a logo of ABC Beverages. That thing scares me. Like, honestly, dude. It's a state-run cartel on booze. It's crazy here in Alabama. It's actually true, folks. The state of Alabama has a literal monopoly run by the state government to sell alcohol. It's called ABC Beverages, and I believe it stands for the Alabama Beverage Company or something like that.
Beverage Control, I think. It's not a cartel, by the way, just to make that clear. That's just a joke I'm making about that. But they control everything, basically.
Well, I mean, let me pull up the definition of a cartel. Definition of a cartel. Because it's not like the cartels in Mexico, but in association of manufacturers or suppliers with the purposes of maintaining prices at a high level and restricting competition. So actually, that would be true. The ABC is actually somewhat of a cartel, as a matter of fact.
Well, I mean, they're not restricting competition. You can get a liquor license and sell liquor in Alabama is not an ABC beverage store, but it's just they want to control the import of everything coming in. You have to get it through them, register through them, and stuff like that. Or at least that's my understanding of it. It's just a bit weird. I don't understand what's the problem with like if you want to order like let's say like a bottle of James Gin or something to your door. Why is it against the law to do that in Alabama? It's like, is there any rationale behind it except for they want to be able to tax it or do something with it? It's like I don't understand the actual real purpose behind that except for just trying to control it.
Now you know something, folks. Here's the thing that I always find funny. All right, this is what I find funny. I'm just going to say it. It's not political, but I'm going to say it and just move on. The state of Alabama allows constitutional carry, where you don't have to have a concealed carry permit to carry a pistol concealed on your person. But if you import any alcoholic beverage or bring it across the state lines without it going through ABC beverages, you will actually be charged with a crime. It makes no sense at all. It's like so there is a God-given right in this country to hide a gun on our person, which I'm generally fine with, to be entirely honest with y'all. But if you bring a little drink across the border, then you can end up being charged with a crime. It's a ridiculous sort of a thing, really. I feel like honestly, just to be honest with you folks, there was absolutely no regulation in the Constitution that I know of at all to deal with alcoholic beverages. This is a holdover from the Prohibition era that still exists to this day, and it makes no damn sense. I'll just be entirely honest with you. I don't even drink, but on the behalf of all of the drinkers in the state of Alabama, which I know in Birmingham, there's plenty, that is an absolutely ridiculous thing that should be done away with because it's just silly to me. Like I just
Could you
don't even
imagine me
understand it.
could you imagine me going to prison and going in there and somebody's like, "What you in for?" Well, you see, I wanted a bottle of James Gin to decorate my desk, and that's where it all went wrong. It's like it's so stupid.
Yeah, I mean it's just ridiculous. Like it's like some like and also folks, I'm saying this because this is ridiculous in Alabama. There are other things in other states that are ridiculous elsewhere. I know a lot of people are like Alabama leans a certain way. The other states that lean other ways also have goofy things as well that when I look at them I'm like, on the books, how does that make sense? Like what is the moral principle saying yes, you can literally do anything you want outside of any federal prohibitions on firearms here in Alabama, and that is a-okay okie doke by them. But we are going to restrict liquor as much as we can legally in the state. It makes no sense. It makes no sense at all. It's like so we are a free state, like they say here in Alabama, because that's what they say. We're a free state. We follow the Constitution, and we don't want to cramp down on people's rights. Why in the world do we cramp down on the rights like that with alcohol? It makes no sense. If your philosophy is that you're a free state and you let everything slide unless if it's some heinous crime, why in the world does that have any kind of regulations or control on it? That's my question. It just makes no sense. There's no moral principle or defining logic to it. It's just kind of whatever goes. And that's one of my big issues, just to say that really quickly, with modern politics on any end, is that it's like that in California, Texas, Washington, New York, Tennessee, Iowa. It's like that everywhere. Like there's no underlying moral principle to all of the laws that are passed. It's just the fact that the laws are passed for the hell of it. And there's no underlying principle or theme to any of them. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, someone said, "Can we send you a bottle of James Gin from Europe?"
No,
I cannot. Please don't do that because I cannot accept it, and we will not take it. I'll just have to be like, "Hey, we're not doing nothing like that." But anyways, and we're moving on to our next super chat here, and this one goes to none other than Danny B, who puts in the 20. And thank you very much, Danny, for the second support of the night. And he said, "Chef Danny again on another note. And I played another pool tournament last and the first time I ever forfeited a game ever because a grown ass man crying about every shot I made. And it was a big money tournament." Honestly, he sounded like could have been a foul loser right there, actually. He didn't want to lose his bet or his money. That's I'll tell you what, people like that. But thank you very much, Danny, for the support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I hate to hear that, Danny B. People make choices, and that guy made a stupid choice, which was to play you in pool because he was destined to get his ass beat, and then he wants to whine and complain that he's losing. What a sore loser, honestly. Like, if you're going into a high money stakes game, you gotta be a man, and you just gotta realize if you lose, you're losing the money. Just accept it and be a man. I hate that you had to deal with that, Danny B. There's always ridiculous people out there in the world. Always doing something goofy, but I hate that you had to deal with that last night, Danny B. But I do thank you for support. I hate to hear about that, though, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to James G. Once again. We never got his actual super chat.
Oh.
So James said, Iran reels from its conflict with Israel and the USA and questions the country's cohesion. Millions of Iranian Azeris live near the border of Azerbaijan and Azeri majority regions of northwest Iran break away? Question mark.
I've never heard them be particularly unhappy with the Iranian government, so I don't think they break away. Azerbaijan and Iran are majority Islamic by nature, and so I think there's not really going to be that much of a moral disconnect from the policies of the Iranian government, which I believe is Sharia law, versus the legal policies of Azerbaijan, which I also believe are very close, if not akin to Sharia law. So kind of a similar thing. So I don't really think they'd be unhappy enough to break away, because at least their cultural and ethnic group is similar enough to the Iranians that it probably is respected well enough that it doesn't cause enough unrest. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, at least in my opinion. A big thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $10 super chat from Bangor, who puts in a 10. It says Legends and LSA.
Hey, and thank you for the support, and thank you for the kind words. We try our best here, and I'm glad that we were able to tonight, because we've almost gotten 250,000 views on this stream. So a big thanks to you so much once again, and we're on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from David Lopez, KK5MT. And he said, I absolutely love the intro, and the different Morse code messages are the cherry on top. And thank you.
Hey, and thank you for enjoying it, David Lopez. And thank you for loving the intro. We actually shortened it down a lot. And then because back in the day we had people complaining left and right that the intro was too long. Then I shortened it down to half the length. So it went from about 15 minutes long to 8. So just about half the length. And people still are complaining about how long it is. And so then, during the Iran-Israel conflict, we shortened it down to 2 minutes and 50 seconds. And I was like, no one can complain that this intro is long now. And guess what, folks? People were still complaining that it was too long. So then I went, you know what? Like, people are going to complain about this intro no matter what. I was like, I'm going to make it as long as I'm comfortable with, which is about 8.5 minutes. And we're just going to go with that. And it looks like a lot of people have really been enjoying it. I sadly had to get rid of 2 full songs that we had in the intro before. But I'm thinking about trying to rotate those songs in and out with each other here in the future. But an 8.5 minute long intro is probably going to be about where it hovers around at this point. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. A big thanks to you, though, for appreciating and enjoying it, because the intro at this point, it's stuck at 8.5. It's not getting shorter, because no matter what, there's always going to be someone who's saying it's too long. Like, someone's even saying in the chat right now that 8 minutes and 30 seconds is way too long. And then when I cut it down to 2.5 minutes, people are complaining it was still way too long. So like, we have to have an intro. Like, I don't think people get that. We have to have an intro, and I'd rather have it at 8.5 minutes or so that way we can actually say hello to people. And then when we actually cover the big breaking news, we're covering it when most people are getting on live, so that way people aren't coming in going, he's not covering it, is it clickbait? Because then that's what happens. We would know, because we ran a couple of streams a couple of years ago where we had no intro, and we would cover the news literally within the first few minutes, the major breaking news that's in the title, and then people would come in for the rest of the stream and go, oh, this is clickbait, they're not even covering it. And then I was like, oh my god, I was like, this is crazy. But anyways, with that, thank you once again, and we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, y'all would have no idea who just followed us on Twitter, by the way. And also, unfortunately, I think you're going to be surprised by this. We just got followed by IL Red Alert, which is the people that put out the real-time alerts in Israel for missile attacks. Yeah, just right now. So what a nice thing that is right there. They must have seen our streams or something and saw us quoting their tweets or something and decided to follow us. So that's pretty cool right there. Look at that. Literally the people that deliver the real-time updates just follow the channel. So we're very grateful. If you're watching, thank you for following.
Yeah, big thanks to y'all. We actually use y'all's alerts a great deal here on the channel. So a big thanks to y'all for subscribing. We really appreciate y'all's work a good deal as well. A big thanks for the follow on Twitter. Y'all are on the list now that we have of all of the high up people that we have who follow our Twitter. So I got to thank y'all for that. We really appreciate y'all's work and the quality of your coverage and alerts that y'all put out that come from Israel. So a huge thanks to y'all once again for the follow. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Sled, who puts in a 10. And Sled said, I've seen some of your videos in the past, but never knew you guys live streamed and been tuning in the past 2 weeks. And I always look forward to the streams. And thank you both for what you do.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, Sled. And actually, the videos are actually how most people find the channel these days. Our streams pretty much have capped out. Like, our streams really can't get much bigger than what they normally are, which is about 150,000 to 200,000 views a day these days. That seems to be the going average. Some of them fall a little bit below that, but the running average is 150 to 250,000 views. From what we've seen, most people end up finding this channel through our videos instead. Actually, our videos are some of the main things in this channel these days, interesting enough. The stream is actually run these days because we love to run them, and that's really it. Beyond that, the support's also incredibly important that comes through the live streams. It actually helps us to keep the channel running, but the videos are really where most of the hard work and heavy lifting of the channel growth is done, because the videos on average get more views than the streams, and they also gain way more subscribers. So that's usually the way that our channel reaches out to new folks like you. And I got to thank you so much for enjoying this channel and supporting it and helping it to keep on running, Sled, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't have been able to reach new people in the Leaf Spring Army, and we wouldn't have been able to tell them where to find the good news. So a huge thanks to you so much once again, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Julie Jules, who puts in the 10 and says, hi, and thanks again for all you do.
And I've got to thank you so much for enjoying all we do, Julie Jules, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And we're on to the next one.
And we have a 7 from Butane Bear, and thank you very much, Butane Bear, for that support. They said, I hate to say it, but the ladies will always vote based on feelings, emotions, and sexual satisfaction. Trust, I'm in Canada. There's actually some truth to that, believe it or not. But it's not just the ladies, though. It's also guys will do that as well. If it's a female candidate, that phenomenon also applies as well. Attraction plays a huge part in who votes for who in an election. So as much as people would like to deny that and say, oh, it doesn't matter, or people will say verbally, oh, I don't judge people based on their looks. And the stats don't back that up. The data does not back that up at all. People are very judgmental, and they do judge based on looks, and that's been proven over the course of elections for over 100+ years. But Enforcer, what say you?
It actually is true to a degree, but at the same time, I would say, like Matthew was saying, I was going to say, well, that doesn't really just apply to women. That applies to men as well. I mean, hell, did you see, when we had the speech on from Zelenskyy tonight, there was a woman sign language translator there, and the chat went crazy. It was like they had never seen a woman before. Literally everyone went, ooh la la, and I was like, what the hell? I was like, what is this? Like, that happens for men and women. I'm not really one to say, yes, I would agree that is true, that women do vote off of that, but still at the same time, men also vote off of that as well. It's not something that is just endemic to one sex or the other. I would say that it's endemic to both. It's just something hardwired in people, I would assume. But that's what I would generally say, because I can tell you, I've heard some crazy things. Like I'll say this. I've heard plenty, and I'm just going to say this really quickly to prove the point, because this is the only example I can think of. So this is not political, it's just being brought up as an example. But I've had plenty of friends of mine that were leaning more towards the right, but they would easily and quickly say that if someone like AOC ran for president, they would vote for her just because she looks good. Like, I've heard that before plenty of times, and it was serious. And I was like, really? I was like, well, what about the policies? Oh, no, forget the policies. I was like, what? So I know that certainly doesn't just apply to women. It would apply to men as well, at least from what I know. So I thank you for the support. I hope that addresses that well, in my opinion. But I like to always look at issues instead of just being like, women are the problem only, or men are the problem only. It's generally something that affects everyone. It's just that you have to find the right kind of people, and it'll apply every time, no matter whether they're a man or a woman. But still, a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to CA Human, California Human, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much for that support. And they said, it just came from X, New Solutions, and I subbed and rang the bell. And how about that? Coming straight from X. We're up to 40,000 followers over there, by the way, which is crazy. So you just joined our heap of followers over there. And thank you very much for following the Twitter page, because I put a hell of a lot of work into that dang thing, and I've been working on it for over, I think, a year and a half now, or something like that. And somehow it's gotten up to 40,000 subs, which has been a lot of sweat and tears for that. But thank you very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you so much for the support, California Human. And I got to say, thank you for coming in from the Twitter. Welcome to the channel. We hope you're enjoying the stream tonight. And I got to thank you so much for the support and enjoying enough that you'd want to just keep this stacking spaghetti in the spaghetti store, but helping this channel to keep running. So big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Simon Condon, who puts in a 5. He said, here's a handout from the DPRK you can have as I already have a cup of coffee made of snow and some birds, which I'll eat on Tuesday. LSA.
Hey, and LSA, and I gotta thank you so much for supporting the birds, which will be eaten on Tuesday, and also a coffee made of snow, so that way I can take my money and buy guns. But a big
Look,
thank
that man
you.
is taking the blankets over there. He's taking the blankets.
Why, he's taking the blankets and no one's noticing him. Like or something like that. But beyond that, I gotta thank you so much for the support and help this channel to keep rolling. And I gotta say, as well, that, you know, something, Matthew, that I just realized was a contradiction in that video. If Americans didn't have money and they're living in tents and they're drinking coffee made of snow, where do they get the money to buy the guns to kill each other with? You know, like, where in the world did they get that money?
Yeah, I guess that's another handout.
The government gives handouts in the form of guns, which they use to kill each other. Like, man, bruh, if only. But anyways, like that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Bradley Hall, who puts in a 5. And Bradley said, LSA forever, and take one from the chat.
And long live the Lee Spring Army. And we will make sure to take one from the chat in your honor, Bradley Hall. So what do we got?
And this live chat goes to Grippin Lover, who said, what kind of large-scale air defenses does Russia have defending their airspace around Ukraine, such as S-400s, etc.?
From what we know, large battery interceptors almost do not exist anymore in Ukraine. There's very few of them. It appears to mostly be S-300 and S-350 based. Very few or non-existent S-400s, from what we can tell. Those are quite rare these days. And the only other air defense that exists is really around Moscow, which is mostly made up of Pantsir S-1 air defense systems, and a few S-400s from what we know. But that's generally all the air defense that the Russians have left from what we can tell. Everything else is almost at a tactical level. It's not a strategic level air defense system. It's mostly like a Tor, Tunguskas, Shilkas, that sort of thing. And so with that, I hope that has addressed that the best we can. Big thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Thad, who puts in a 5. He said, thank you for what you guys do, and I never donate or super chat ever.
Hey, and I gotta thank you for enjoying the channel enough to super chat, Thad. An amazing air defense system, by the way, Thad. I gotta thank you for being what you are, Thad. But beyond that, I gotta say, a lot of people actually enjoy this channel a lot and support it. Interestingly enough, we only learned this recently, but YouTube only puts the #1 celebratory thing on a super chat if it's their first super chat on YouTube ever in history, like for their account history. And crazily enough, we've seen that a lot. We're always like, hey, thanks for the first super chat ever. The reality is that it's not their first super chat to this channel. It's their first super chat on YouTube ever. And a lot of people generally put in their first super chats on this channel and continue to support it. And I got to thank you for being one of those people and helping this channel to keep running. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to John S., who puts in a 5. And John said, Putin is egotistical. He never thought Ukraine could strike the heart of Russia.
I would agree. I don't think anyone ever thought they could. I don't think any of us did, actually, originally. But now they do. And they do it pretty frequently, as a matter of fact. It's actually really scary how frequently they do it and with how much efficiency they have involved. But still, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Peter Florence, who put in a 5. He said, Russia's geography works against them, and as it's more to defend in LSA.
And I got to thank you for the support. And I generally say that's probably a decent point. Russia's got a large flat plain that they pretty much exist on in the western part of the country, in Europe at least. And that poses a great deal of issues, defensively or offensively, really. And so with that, I thank you so much for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to none other than John S., who puts in a 5, and he put in his second one here. He said, I'm pro-Ukraine to an extent, but I feel like the U.S. has other problems, and why can't Germany or Poland deal with this?
Because Europe is our problem. You see, we're in alliance with them all, you see. And the Russians are our enemy, you see. They're not just their enemy, they're our enemy, see. They threaten us, see? That's generally why. I would give a really in-depth answer, but I've given an in-depth answer on that so many times. It's a really long rabbit hole to get through, but generally it's within America's interest. Believe me on that. One day I'll have the energy to give a full rabbit hole on that, but it's within our interest to make sure that the Russians are put down. They're not a friend of ours, and they make that incredibly clear. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion. And also, I saw someone say, Anthony Wilson said, It was a good one. Unrestricted alcohol and firearms could be a volatile combination. Maybe, but here's my argument here's my argument against that, though. At least with what we were saying with Alabama earlier. Throughout most of American history, there was almost no restriction in most parts of the United States on firearms or alcohol consumption. Up until about the 20s. And generally everyone got along okay back then, except for the whole Wild Westing. And the Wild West is really overplayed a lot, because the Wild West wasn't as wild as a lot of people made it out to be. So, generally people got along fine back then. Hell, people were strapped up back then. Most of the time, civilians actually had access to better firearms than the military had, because here's something nuts. Because people always say, as an argument about firearms, that civilians have never had as good equipment as the Army did. Here's the thing. Let me Springfield a trapdoor. Let me go show this. This is probably where the disparity was the greatest. This is a Springfield trapdoor. Looks like a musket. Pretty much is. It is a rifled musket that was converted, and then they started to produce these in this configuration as a single-shot breech-loading rifle. It's pretty archaic sounding. It pretty much is. This was what the Native Americans had that were fighting the U.S. inside of the Midwest and the western regions of the U.S. They had these. These are lever actions. Do y'all know the difference between this and the Springfield trapdoor? This thing has an insanely high fire rate of about, I think it's 40 rounds a minute. The Springfield trapdoor had a fire rate of maybe about 10 to 15. So the Native Americans actually had a firepower advantage over the U.S. Army anytime they were in an engagement. They didn't have a range advantage, but they certainly had a volume of fire advantage, because a single Native American equipped with a repeater could end up outdoing any U.S. Army soldier for rate of fire that had a Springfield trapdoor. And that was the way it was pretty literally even through the era of the 1903. The repeater still had a higher rate of fire than the bolt-action 1903. The only time that there started to be a case where the average citizen of the country had a worser off weapon than the military was after the original firearms restrictions that started to get put in place in the 20s. And then that's when we saw that there were finally some restrictions. It's a little bit interesting with that, though, because back in the day, you could do literally anything and everything. You could actually buy a Tommy gun out of a hardware store in Chicago if you wanted to, and there was nothing stopping you from doing that. That's how the Mafia got a hold of theirs, is that they would just go into a hardware store that was selling hammers and saws, and they'd go buy a Tommy gun out of a magazine, and then bring it back with them. But anyways, I hope that does address that the best I can. A little bit interesting with that, but generally throughout most of history, there wasn't really a lot of regulation on either of those things, and people got along fine with it anyways. And as far as I go, if you can extend rights as far as you can, it isn't causing any great undue public harm. Why not? It's a free country after all. I think people, if people don't like guns, they don't have to get them. But if people want guns, they can get them all the same. I think it just should be. I think the playing board should be wide open, unless if it's something that is clearly harmful or going to cause a public danger. Saying like a serial killer just going around stabbing and killing people. Obviously, you have to put someone like that away or put them, to death. You can't just keep them running around the streets. But if folks can go buy a machine gun, and generally most people aren't doing something crazy with it, why not? Go and drink some alcohol without it being through ABC beverages. Why not? It's a free country. Generally always was. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to your Who Puts in a 5. They said, have y'all thought about putting closed captioning on your live streams for the people that have the hearing problems?
We would, but the problem is that to actually do closed captioning, it would take hours for us to go through and do that, or it would cost us a lot of money to do that. So we really don't have the budgeting ability or the time to be able to do that. It's a nice idea, though, and I would love to do it, but sadly, it would just be a little bit beyond our reach at the moment. But a big thanks to you once again for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Chud, who puts it to 5. He said, chances of World War III are decreasing because nothing ever happens. Remember that, enforcers. Honestly, I'm not with that nothing ever happens crowd. Like, I'll be honest with you. All the people that want to say nothing ever happens, they're basically just trying to frustrate people that are trying to report on the war. That's typically what I've observed. not to say I'm not to like attack you directly or anything, but something's happening every single day right now. So I don't know how people can say nothing ever happens, because we're literally in one of the most volatile times in recent modern history, literally right now. But Enforcer, what say you?
Dude, this guy's embraced the Chud philosophy. He literally said what the Chud Jack says. Nothing ever happens. I appreciate you for like being on brand with the profile name, but stuff is happening every day. A lot's happening every single day. I mean, if nothing ever happens means the end of the world isn't coming every day. Yeah, that's true, but there's a lot happening in the meantime every single day. So a big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And also, man, of course, when I said, why not extend rights as far as you can? Someone said, guns should be banned. No one should have a weapon of war. The thing is, though, is that opinion doesn't even count. Like, it doesn't count, because there will always be gun ownership in this country, because it's literally pretty much
It's constitutional.
It's enshrined in the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments. That's never going away. Like, I don't even really argue with those opinions, because it's like, that is literally wishful thinking. That's like saying, we should abolish free speech. It's like, no, you can't, because it's a First Amendment rights in the original Bill of Rights. Like, you can kind of curtail it here and there a little bit, but you can't get rid of it. It's just something that's a non sequitur point to even bring up or even argue. So it's like, why even waste the air? So with that, we're on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Shoot Every Day, who puts in a 5. And they said, bingo, Enforcer, bingo. These cults are cyber deployed by our enemies.
Exactly.
I think I said that, actually.
I think I was the one who said, like, this far side is supported by these people and this side is supported by the others. I think we both said it in our own different ways at the same time. But beyond that, I would agree. Shoot every day. We both said it. We both agreed that pretty much the division in this country is being sponsored and spurned by our adversaries. I would certainly agree with that. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And we're on to the next one.
All right. Also, Crispy said, I don't agree with that, Enforcer Matt. We should not legalize nuclear weapons. What the hell? You're not U-235 friendly? I mean, come on, man. I mean, U-235 day. I mean, don't we have that? Not really, though. I'm joking, by the way, about that. Obviously, you don't legalize nuclear weapons.
Well,
Obviously not. That'd be terrible.
Well, I mean, like, obviously that, like as far as firearms, obviously, here's one thing I gotta say. Like, I'm not one of those stupid people who are like, a citizen should own a tank, because it's like, why? It's like, why? Like now that is going a little bit too far. Why does a citizen need to own a fully operational Abrams? What is the point? Like it's like I feel like the only people who should be able to buy tanks are government militaries, or maybe a state that is buying these tanks to maybe raise a national guard with, or a militia or something like that, through the state or through the actual government body. But as far as nuclear, obviously not. That's something that has to be owned and possessed by the state. And also, I wouldn't like to get into the concept of getting into a fight with my next door neighbor Jimmy, and he flings a dirty bomb at me an hour or two later. That generally isn't something I'd like to think about. Like I don't want.
There's a barrier to that, though. Like even if we want to look at that seriously, which it's not even like really serious. I was joking about that when I wrote that in the chat. It's like people can't enrich uranium. The barrier to entry to that is massive. You have to have highly advanced centrifuges. You have to have an access to raw uranium stockpiles and pretty good amounts of it to refine enough uranium to make it work. I mean, it's a lot of stuff. And also, on top of that, most people don't even have the expertise to do something like that. So there's like a natural barrier to that. You don't even really have to. I don't think there's anything actually legally speaking that's illegal about it. Actually, it's already legal, but nobody has the ability to do that. So there's probably something out there that would be like a catch-all to that, like that you could probably prosecute somebody on if they try to do that.
I know what it is.
What would it be?
You have to get licensed to be able to purchase uranium. That's the only requirement you have to have, and then you make the licensing restrictions to where pretty much, unless you're some sort of a company working to create nuclear energy or weaponry for the Department of Energy, you can't get a license.
Yeah, pretty much. Also, Lord Cox said, where is the line drawn? There are lines. Like now, one thing I will say is, and this, I'm going to not get political with this, but since we're on the topic, I want to say it anyway. There's people that are pro Second Amendment absolutists, which mean they take the words in the Second Amendment literally. Like they literally read it with no critical thinking behind it or any type of like rationale. They read the words as words on the page and they run with it. But the Supreme Court and the courts in the United States have determined that language is not discretionary is not the right word. It's able to be interpreted certain different ways, and they can restrict the Second Amendment based on that interpretation that the Supreme Court came up with. So there are lines drawn. Like, people can't just have whatever weapon they want. It's literally not legal. If you want certain weapons, you have to go through different hoops. You have to get different licenses, and you have to get certain federal paperwork to be able to have it. And, you know, there's pros and cons to everything. I'm not going to get into all that. That would get political, but it's just, there are lines drawn someplace, just to answer that question.
Yeah, there are lines drawn. It's just that in my opinion, and of course I don't want to sound like a libertarian saying this, because then everyone's going to go, oh, he's that, and I'm not that either. But as far as I believe, if we are able to say that extending someone's rights as far as we can get them to go, and is not really causing any unnecessary or additional harm to the public beyond the inherent risk that there always is that someone's going to abuse their rights and cause significant harm, injury, or death to the general public, then we should try and extend it as far as we can. We shouldn't be trying to restrict everything down to where it's the bare basics, like, you know, you can't buy alcohol unless if it's through our government cartel, and, you know, you can't buy all these guns, you can only buy these, and it's, you know, and it's just generally we're trying to restrict things for the fact of the restriction of it. That's generally what I look at it as. Now, I would say this: if machine guns were legal and everyone on O Block had a machine gun and it was like a Battlefield 4 lobby down there, then I would be like, well, maybe I could definitely see the reason for legislation against the machine guns.
They got them anyway.
Well, yeah, they do. They do, actually. They have
Yeah.
like the little switches and stuff in there, but still, I could maybe see it then. But then again, Matthew's also got a, like, there's also a point with this as well. Like, if you out, like, this is something I think is inherently true in America. If you prohibit the sale or purchase of alcohol, then people are going to bootleg it. If you prohibit the ownership of certain kinds of guns, people are going to make them. Generally in America, if you try and prohibit most things, like for example, even just general drug uses, people are going to find a way around it. It's causing a lot of additional bureaucratic paperwork and bogging the system down as well, because there's an inherent risk. Some goofy goofball, no matter whether we make drugs illegal or not, it's going to get them, going to become addicted to them, and going to die from overdose. It's just going to happen because they're going to go out their way to do it. If you know, someone wants to go out there and hurt people, they're going to hurt them any way they want, gun, knife, whatever. You know, they're going to find a way. And if someone wants to get drunk on some booze, even if you outlaw the booze completely, they're going to find a way to make it and drink it, even if it ends up possibly poisoning them and killing them. And so, while I'm for trying to protect the public, at the same time, the public's got to kind of take protection unto themselves and use some sense and judgment. And I don't really think it's the government's responsibility or right to try and get into the morality of it all too much or restrict things a great deal, because all it does is restrict the actual law-abiding people. The folks out there who want to get drunk or go shoot someone or, you know, get some drugs, they're going to find a way to do it, even if it's outside of the confines of the law.
Yeah, criminals weren't planning on following the law in the first place. I mean, that's a logical fallacy that a lot of people fall into. Is they say, well, you know, people are getting guns and they're going and shooting people with them. And yes, I mean, it does happen. I mean, some people legally go purchase firearms and then they go hurt people with them. It happens. But there's also a hell of a lot of people that are already criminally minded, that were career criminals, that know how to get these guns off the street. They call them ghost guns. They call them all kinds of different names. And sometimes they'll just get throwaway guns, and then they'll find modifications to put on those weapons. And then they turn them into fully automatic weapons with a modification. So they didn't necessarily buy a machine gun, but they turned it into one. And that's highly illegal, very, very illegal, obviously. You go to the federal pen for that one. You get the privilege of the federal pen. Yeah, a long time for switches and things like that. And it's honestly deserved, because typically people doing that are usually involved in very bad organized criminal activity, based on what I'm aware of. And it's usually gang activity, organized crime at a very, very high level, or street level. Now, sometimes, like you mentioned the O Block thing for a minute there, they have obviously modified machine guns that they go around shooting people with in that area. It's known for really bad crime. And they're obviously not following the law, because, I mean, it's not legal to have that, but they find ways to get it off the street, which is not good either. You really can't control that. You can just try to curtail it.
And then another thing that's interesting as well to point out about all of those ideas, or at least topics I brought up, is that like people are saying in the chat, people are always going to find a way around the law, at least those, because generally it just doesn't, like, and also another thing, well, actually, let me get to the original point because it just hit me. The original point I was going to say, it doesn't matter the implement that someone uses to kill, whether it's a knife, a pillow, or a gun. If they're using that out of the confine of the law and they're killing someone or injuring them with it, that is still a crime. It doesn't matter whether they had a machine gun, an AR, a pistol, a knife, a pillow, a car, or anything. It's still murder if they end up killing someone with it. And I think I think that's something that people always miss, is that it's not like restricting restricting firearms or alcohol or any of that kind of stuff with the idea of public safety in mind. It doesn't really do anything to change the aspect of public safety. People are still going to be stupid in the end of the day. They'll abuse their rights, or they'll break the law. They'll end up getting themselves hurt and killed somehow, or end up getting other people hurt and killed from their own poor decisions. But still, at the same time, if they're doing that, it's still a crime. Either way, whether guns were heavily restricted, or alcohol was heavily restricted, or drugs were heavily restricted, a lot of what these people are still doing is still criminal to some other basic criminal concept or aspect. Like, if you get drunk and you get behind the wheel of a car and you kill someone, you've just ended up committing a murder. Like, just simply put, outside of everything else, driving under the influence and all those sorts of charges, you just committed murder. Or if you shoot someone, you just committed murder. Or if you create bootleg alcohol and give it to your friend and he dies from poisoning, that's still manslaughter, at least at a minimum. Those sorts of things, they're still crimes. So I don't really know why a lot of people are always obsessed with trying to restrict things for the public good and safety, because we still have laws of the basic core concept of this country that do protect public safety no matter what. And these people will always be held accountable for their crimes, whether we restrict the implements of their crimes or not. Generally, all we're doing is restricting the common citizenry from being able to make the decisions they want to or not. That's at least what I would say to my extent on that. But with that, we do have to continue to get to some super chats and live chats because we are starting to fall a little bit behind. So what do we got, Matthew?
So this one goes to Ron Guy SR, who puts in a 5, and he said, "Air show in Iran, an illegal substance provider." Let's see, take one from the chat. In LLT LSA, and long live the Republic, Slava Ukraine.
And long live the Republic. And a huge thanks to you, Ron Guy SR, for the support and helping this channel to keep running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and keep it rolling. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Andrew Honeycutt. He puts in a 5. And he said, "I get a lot of flack from being a centrist. Critical thinking is the real national deficit, and one must evaluate every situation objectively and pragmatically."
I'd agree with that, Andrew Honeycutt, but I generally never try and profess any kind of a political leaning. And that's just not something I do on the channel to make it neutral. I don't really like to label myself. I like to have a free, open mind to know that I will be able to go into any election and vote for who I think is fit. I mean, I'm not voting for them because I like them. I'm voting them to do a job. I'm hiring them basically with my vote. And if I don't like the job they're doing, I'll vote them out all the same. No holds barred. A lot of people get confused. Politics is not a place that you bring your emotions and try and attach meaningless friendships to people you don't even know at all, beyond their appearance on TV. Politics is simply the process of employing representatives to do a job for you, and if they're not doing that job well, you fire them by not voting for them. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support, because I definitely agree with you on that, Andrew Honeycutt. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to the B-Man, who puts in a 5. He said, "Love you, LSA. Hugs, LOL."
Hey, and I love you greatly, the entirety of the LSA. And a big thanks to you once again for support, B-Man. And of course, thank you once again, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And the Lee Spring Army will never die. Also, by the way, one more thing I want to point out, folks. One more thing. I got to point this one out. This is a big one. Okay, so if we're all about protecting public safety in this country and restricting things that kill people, you know something that kills people more than alcohol and guns combined annually? Y'all know something that kills people more than that? Can you think of it, Matthew?
Being dumb.
Traffic-related fatalities of any type, whether you run over.
That's usually not done with malice. I mean, that's usually not done with malice. I mean, a lot of firearm deaths aren't just accidental deaths. It's usually people like intentionally choosing to shoot another person. So, I mean, you're usually not intending to like ram your car into somebody and, end that person's life with your vehicle. Like there are some vehicular homicides, with people road raging and stuff, but it's not like the majority. That's like a very, very small percentage.
But still though, as far as the premise or the argument that's always made for the regulation of alcohol, guns, or drugs, it's always for the fact of public safety. What if these drugs have fen in them? What if this alcohol ends up making someone do something stupid or they die of alcohol poisoning? What if this person takes this gun and does something bad that hurts the general public? They're not ever done on an idea of there's some kind of malice behind it. It's always just done on the idea of we want to protect the public from the poor actions that this person might make, or from the poor actions they may make for themselves. And 35,000 people died last year in this country in auto accident related fatalities, and nobody ever pushes forward any more restrictive driving license requirements or any more restrictive traffic ordinances or laws in any state or on the federal level. No one ever does it. No one does. Nobody ever touches cars. The truth is because there's such a massive auto industry lobby, no one's going to touch that, because if you make it harder for people to get licenses, people are going to be buying cars less. Then they're going to be relying on public transportation, and then the auto industry just has a competitor now across the whole country again. It's going to become an issue. So that's generally the reason why. If you notice, Matthew, the alcohol lobby, the gun lobby, or any other of those lobbies are quite small and really don't have an impact on the government. The auto lobby does. And so there's no restrictions made on the automotive manufacturers or licensing requirements for drivers ever. There's hardly any, but there will be significant restrictions on the others. It's a little bit interesting with how that works, but that's
I just see a little bit of a difference. Like, for example, and don't interpret this to mean that I'm anti-Second Amendment. I support the Constitution and the way it's like written. It literally says the right to bear firearms or right to bear arms in it. So I mean, it's a constitutional right. So I'm not questioning that right. But at the same time, though, you don't necessarily need a gun to be able to function in America. The way America is set up, though, you have to have a car to function. So you can't ban vehicles and cars, but you could hypothetically, not that I would support it, but you hypothetically could ban guns and Americans could still function properly. But you couldn't do that with cars, though.
But to make the argument, though, you could do that with cars, because if you ban cars, people would just switch to public transport. Public transport companies would pop up overnight and thrive, because back in the day before cars, there were the railroads, or there were trolley buses, or all those sorts of deals that were around to move people from place to place. People were still able to get around back then as easily as they did today. It's just that it was without the car. So you could make the argument that most everything could end up being restricted or banned for public safety. The reality of it is that it doesn't really do much to change a hill of beans of difference, in my opinion, trying to regulate things for public safety. Because the truth is that if those 35,000 people a year weren't getting killed in auto accidents, I'm pretty sure there would be other ways they would end up getting killed. The problem would go elsewhere, because there's an inherent risk in living that on any given day it might end up being your last, whether you meant it to be or not. But with that,
But what do we do now? Like, for example, if auto deaths go through the sky, what do? We typically start increasing education for drivers. That's what we do to try to curb that problem. Why don't we ever have that same mentality about guns? Like, for example, if like some states are feeling like, oh, these guns are causing a lot of deaths, like these guns are just out of control, even though it's literally a person operating the guns. Like, there's a person behind it. It's not the gun that doesn't have a mind of its own. But it's like, why don't they try to educate the gun owners some more? Like, for example, like require like a 5-minute crash course on gun safety or something as a part of getting your concealed carry permit, something like that. Like vehicles, like even when you get a license to have your car or drive your car, you go through a little bit of training before you get in the car. You don't go through that training when you get a firearm, like at all. And it's a lot more dangerous than a car, like a firearm is, in my opinion. A car can be dangerous, but a firearm is literally designed for self-defense and things like that, and hunting and stuff like that. It's designed to kill. So I don't know why we don't have education involving firearm safety, because I've seen some really bad cases of people that do not know what they're doing with a firearm, and they'll buy it for the first time ever. They'll go to the range, and then they're wailing that thing around like they don't know what the hell the thing does, and they're like flagging people with it and all kinds of other stuff. And it's like, whoa, it's like, that person needs to be trained for this. Come out here wailing around a pistol, and they don't have any knowledge of it whatsoever.
honestly, Matthew, thinking about it now, considering that there are driving courses in school, in high schools and stuff that teach people how to drive cars, what if they had an elective class in most schools that taught firearm safety with airsoft rifles that pretty much performed similarly to that of a low caliber rifle, like a 22 or something like that, to teach kids that are growing up, if they elected to take the class, how to safely handle firearms? Maybe that'd be a good idea. That would
Not a class in like a public school. I don't think. That would never be supported, I don't think, by like political people ever, because that's a bad look just from optics. It would have to be a independent thing. Like, for example, as a part of getting your CCW, you can simply take the 5-minute little crash course. The sheriff can run the class, like the local sheriff or some law enforcement person who's trained in firearms, and they can show people, here's the basics. Here's how you load the magazine. Here's how you load the pistol. Here's how you safely unload the pistol. Teach them some trigger disciplines. That way they're not putting their finger on the trigger and, aiming it at people and stuff like that by accident, and, having accidental firearm discharges like that. They could do stuff like that. I mean, that's possible. But I don't know if like teaching it like as an elective in school is going to be something that people would ever support.
It actually looks like a lot of people actually are big fans of it. At least the few that are speaking right now in the chat might actually be big fans of that. I think that'd be a great way because you don't have car driving classes out of high school, and considering that it's mandatory that children get an education either through the public education system or homeschooling here in this country, that'd probably be the best way to expose people at a very young age when they're impressionable and this sort of stuff will stick with them. The very essentials of firearm safety, so that way they're actually responsible of firearms in the future, or at least to have the knowledge. Whether they're responsible or not in the future, they're a person. Their choices can be good or bad. We can't really decide that, but at least they'll have the knowledge even early on in their lives to know to be safe around firearms and handle them properly. Considering that they do have the right to own them, it'd probably be a good idea to furnish them with the knowledge to actually be able to exercise their rights in a safe manner.
Yeah, that would be better. And also, I see some people saying, how come they don't give like psychological tests before you buy a firearm? Here's the thing, though. I mean, sometimes people can give wrong diagnosis and things like that. And also, who wants to get diagnosed with potentially a mental illness when you're going to buy, like, for example, a firearm? It's like, now, obviously, you could probably screen people doing that, and that might be a help. But if I'm not mistaken, Enforcer, I believe at firearm like gun stores, the person who's the clerk or the one selling the firearm is supposed to do like a general like check. I don't think it's required, but they're supposed to sort of just do this. If the person seems unstable, like they're like obviously coming in and they're like acting funny and stuff like that, and they're trying to get a firearm to potentially go do something that's a little bit suspicious, then they can refuse to sell it to them. Am I right?
They can, but I'll also have to say there's a profit incentive involved. So sometimes some people let that sort of thing pass, here and there.
Yeah, I mean that's a problem too. I mean, honestly, like I don't know about as going far as to get a mental evaluation on somebody that hasn't done anything to deserve it necessarily. But I understand why people would think that would be a good idea, because obviously, if someone's coming in, they're like a psychopath who's like not able to, feel empathy, and they're coming in to buy a firearm. It's like if they have a purpose behind buying the firearm, which is not good, and then that firearm sold to them, they're going to obviously leave the building. They're going to go carry out whatever heinous plan they had, and that could have been prevented if they had some type of evaluation. But that's tricky, though, because then it becomes, let's say a normal person goes in there to buy a firearm, then they get evaluated by, I guess, a psychologist or whoever would do that, and then the psychologist gives them a inaccurate diagnosis, and they're like, hey, you just like took away my constitutional right to have a firearm just because you misdiagnosed me or something.
Or what if that person has, like, what if this psychologist specifically has some sort of a political conviction against firearms, and they believe it's their right to deny as many people access to it as possible? So they just keep on giving people bad mental evaluations, so that way no one can ever access a firearm. There's a whole bunch of issues with that.
Yeah. But also it's like it's like for all the normal people that aren't planning to do something heinous, they're just like normal Americans that want to own a firearm, as the Second Amendment says. That's a little bit honestly offensive, or it would feel offensive to say, before you are able to exercise your right, you need to go see a psychologist for a mental evaluation. It's like, well, it's like, I don't want to go get a mental evaluation if I don't want to get one. And it's like, why am I being told I have to go see a psychologist before I exercise my right? I mean, it gets a little bit odd. Like, and it would prevent some issues, but at the same time, though, it would be such a burden on normal people that are just trying to exercise their right. it's sort of like a little bit over the top. I can see where people would think it's good, but it's just a little bit over the top.
I got an idea, Matthew. I was thinking this is a pretty cool, and I think a lot of people agree with it. So you know how I was saying earlier, and it looked like it got a decent amount of traction in the chat about having some sort of a firearms elective in high school for students to be able to learn safe handling firearms at a very, very controlled environment, mind you. What if we worked through the Federal Department of Education, which may or may not exist at this point, I'm not entirely sure, but what if we tried to work through them to see if there was a way that there could be a new across-the-board national civics course that was implemented in school that was mandatory, that didn't just cover that, but covered pretty much all of your constitutional rights and didn't really cover the abstract idea, you know, like the legislative is a bicameral legislative or anything like that. It actually told you how you could work in the normal world with your rights. So, for example, there would be a time where a couple of police officers would come to the class and they would teach you how to, like a teacher would teach you how to interact with the police. Like, you can say you don't want this to be searched. You have a right to say that you don't want this stuff searched, like your bag or your automobile, your house, without a warrant. You know, stuff like that, and teach people about the laws in their that they
Man, they would never
have as a
teach you
right.
about your rights.
Well,
The police
no,
would never teach you about your rights, man.
not-
They thrive on the fact of people not knowing their rights. It
no,
makes their
like,
job a lot easier.
But the school would teach you, and then like a police officer could come in and be like, "Hey, can I check your bag?" And then there's, "No, I would rather you not check my bag." You know, and like, you know, pretty much teach them how to interact with law enforcement.
Oh,
how
no,
you know, stuff like,
man. They would never, that would never happen in a million years because honestly, here's the sad part about it. The police would prefer you don't know your rights, and not because they're necessarily bad people, but just because it makes your job a hell of a lot easier if you don't know your rights. If you don't know that you don't have to necessarily start divulging information, then they can easily get a confession from you. It makes your job a lot easier. And you might not necessarily understand your Miranda rights. They might read them to you. You might say, "Do you understand these rights as I've read them?" And the suspect will say, "Yeah." And then the police will say, "So do you want to talk to me?" And they'll say, "Yeah, I'll talk to you." And they'll say, "Okay, so did you do it?" And the person will be like, "Yeah." And it's like, oh, they just like they didn't understand their constitutional right and they just waived it. And now they've they've waived the right to basically having representation because they just gave a confession. And they may have been giving a legitimate confession and they deserve to get locked up, or it could have been they got tricked into saying something that they didn't mean, and now they got to try to fight their way back out of it. You know, it's just the cops don't want you to know your rights. I mean, it's just the bottom line.
But beyond that, though, what I was trying to say is just create a new style of civics class that doesn't teach you the abstract about the government. It teaches you how you actually live in this country and what kind of rights you have and don't have, and how to actually exercise your rights according to the letter of the law, instead of what a lot of people do, which is the pretend fantasy thing that they came up with in their head about what the law means and what it doesn't mean, and so on. Find a way to implement that well, so that way people are actually coming out into this country not educated on the I guess you could say egghead sort of stuff about, you know, it's a bicameral legislative. That doesn't matter. More so focusing on the day-to-day life that people are actually going to be dealing with on a daily basis, the things that they can tangibly access every day. I think that'd be a much more pertinent kind of a civics class, in my opinion. But we are running late. And so with that, we are moving on to the next one.
All right. And our next one here goes to Jack Ragnarsson, who puts in a 5. He said, who would win in a fight, pre-war Russia or China?
That's a good question. I would say the Chinese would win, no doubt. I think the Chinese will win hands down. So I hope that doesn't address that well. A big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Keys Wizard, who puts in a 5. They said, could you guys do a live stream of your studio and yourselves one day?
Oh, we've actually done one in the past. I don't know if we could do one now because we don't really have a lot of room in Enforcer HQ 2.0, but we could see about it. We've also gotten a really cool idea from one of our longtime channel friends, Jay Bagwell, that we might also follow up on as well. But a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Andrew Honeycutt, who puts in a 5. They said Citizens United was one of the worst decisions, in my opinion. It basically gave a green light to put the money in to decide politics, and lobbyists were cheering. I'll be honest with you, I'm not familiar with that thing right there you're discussing about. But Enforcer, what say you?
I actually do know. It's a really in-depth thing, so I wouldn't be able to explain it right now. But I do thank you for the support, and I have to generally agree with you, actually, that saying that corporations, as far as lobbying is concerned, were to be treated as individual citizens, and not in I guess you could say an extra citizen sort of a deal, is a little bit of an odd ruling, in my opinion. I didn't really agree with that one too much either. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to the B-Man who puts in the 5. He said, snakes and ladders, and LSA rocks truths.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, B-Man, and the kind words. And we're on to the next one.
And we have a $4 super chat from Plazath, who said LSA, along with Bruce Lee, who put in a 2, and Squirrel, who put in a 2, and said for Acorn helmets.
Hey, and I got to thank you all for the support and helping this channel to keep running, because all of y'all are helping this channel to keep running and making it possible. And so with that, folks, it's time for us to get into the live chats. We are massively over time tonight. We had a fun time talking about interesting brainstorming ideas. And I hope you all had a lot of fun as well. But with that, it is time for us to get 3 live chat questions and then round the stream out. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, and this one is going to go to Canada is Sovereign, who said, can you do a price comparison between the helicopter loss versus the jet?
The helicopter loss versus the jet. Dang, I couldn't off the top of my head because we'd have to speak about the specific jets. As far as the losses, though, the jets are far more expensive than the helicopters. That I can tell you. Exact cost breakdowns would be beyond me at the moment. But with that, I hope that does address it the best we can. Also, Mandy, did we have the Morse code decoders of the stream?
No, we need to grab that, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, let's go ahead and get that. Let's get that.
So the Morse code decoders of the stream were Paul Schultz, Kevin J, Mason Miami, Joni Dog, Norm Pritchett, and Arabelle Garbo. They said the Morse code for today says, united together, we will beat back the axis of evil, and our nations will triumph. And LLT LSA.
Hey, and long live the Lee Spring Army. Ding, 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 ding. That's the sound of money. The Lee Spring Army Signal Corps got it right again. I got to congratulate you for that, because y'all got the message dead on the nail once again. And we are always impressed with that and proud of y'all for doing so. And so with that, we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Kim Bennett, who said the U.S. Army appointed 4 executives from Palantir, Meta, and OpenAI to lieutenant colonels. Can y'all explain why? Enforcer, pull up a picture of that real quick, by the way. The tech executives being made like honorary lieutenant colonels. Honestly, I'm not in the military. I want to make that clear off the bat. It seems a bit disrespectful, just from an outsider's perspective, to do that to non-military trained individuals. What they're trying to do behind it is they're trying to make these guys who are leading the charge of the military tech sphere at this moment, they're trying to make them feel included, I guess. But it comes across as being like a participation trophy or something like that. Like they've really done nothing to really deserve wearing the uniforms. They aren't in the military really, like per se. I'm not sure if any of those 4 guys have actually served in the military outside their private roles. If they have, I'm not aware of it, but maybe they have. But they're honorary lieutenant colonels. I'm like, I don't know. I'll be curious to see what military people think about that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd actually have to say, this is actually a little bit of a age-old sort of a thing, because back in the day, in World War II, just to bring up a historical example, back in World War II, there was this really big guy in America. He was big in music, called Glenn Miller. Some of y'all might know him from the famous song In the Mood, which was played on the radio during the attack on Pearl Harbor. That's the famous song that was playing right when that broadcast or announcement was made. But interesting enough, Glenn Miller actually joined the Army, skipped basic and everything, and was promoted immediately straight to captain. And never was a lieutenant, never did basic, never did any of it. He was just a captain straight up. Actually, he ended up eventually becoming a major before he was lost. He ended up actually dying in the war in 1944. Not combat related at all, but he actually died in a plane crash. But outside of that, this guy also had something similar happen to him. So it's weird to look at when it happens, but it's a fairly common thing, actually. At least historically, this sort of thing actually happens fairly commonly, weirdly enough. But yeah, it's odd. It's odd a little bit, because it's like this isn't exactly like a musician that's trying to run like an army band and they're just trying to get him in real quick. It's like these are just tech executives, but beyond that, if they're leading the charge on that sort of technology for the Army and they're getting involved in the Army in some way, shape, or form, I don't really see too much wrong with it. It's kind of got a little bit of a past track record to show we've done that before for others in different categories that aren't exactly, vital to frontline fighting, but are important in some other way. But with that, I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person to put in the lucky last question of the night?
All right, so that viewer is L, who said, occasional chat lurker here, and I heard that Bayraktar, the Bayraktar maker is opening a factory in Ukraine this year, if I recall, and is there a possibility of it being operational?
Yes, actually, there is. The Baikar company is opening a new factory in western Ukraine, and they are going to be trying to manufacture. I don't know what kind of drones they're actually trying to manufacture, but it's some sort of drones that will be produced in large numbers that can be used by the Ukrainian army. So I think that they're not going to be producing Bayraktars or the new Baikar. I believe it's I forgot what variant it is. It's the jet-powered one that's low visibility, but I don't think they'll be producing those. I think it's an FPV drone production facility. But with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. And I was actually told that we have 2 more super chats to address. So what do we got, Matthew?
So I looked down the spreadsheet and I forgot to scroll up. I see 2 more super chats. These both actually go to the same person. It's Nathan Schneider. And thank you very much, Nathan, for that support. And also sorry for not getting to these earlier because I actually forgot to scroll up and I was looking at the bottom of the spreadsheet where we were in the progress bar. So these are Nathan's super chats right here. He put in a 25 in the first one. He said, have you heard of the Battle of Athens, Tennessee? And perfect example of citizens standing up against tyranny and corruption that ran out of control during World War II. And people think that need would never happen.
And I thank you for supporting Nathan Snyder, and that's actually true. If y'all didn't know, the Battle of Athens happened in, I believe it's Athens, Tennessee, because during the time, FDR wasn't exactly getting reelected by honest means everywhere. There was actually some election rigging going on, and in Athens County, in Tennessee, that actually was happening a little bit commonly, at least around there. So the citizens got pissed off. The sheriff was in on it. They got in a shooting battle with the sheriff and the police, and then I think also the National Guard got called in at some point. But the citizens actually pretty much ended up winning in the end. They made sure that the votes were counted properly for their county, so they won. Interesting enough, one of the interesting times that they did. But those sorts of those were citizens that took it upon themselves. They saw a wrong, they went out to fix it. Were their means the greatest? Not necessarily, but still, they ended up doing the right thing at the moment in time. So I thank you for the support. I hope that does address that somewhat well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $20 support from Ed. And Ed said, Irish Ed here, and I watch you on my Fire TV cube on the big screen TV, and I can see live chats, but can't send a live chat. And I haven't missed an episode ever, but a few times I fell asleep before it was over.
Oh, we're good background noise for sleep, Irish Ed. I got to thank you for the support, though, and it's good to hear that you're always watching. We always wonder where viewers are when they aren't in the live chat, but it's always good to know that most of them are just watching on TV and can't access the live chat, but they're still here. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well to Irish Ed, channel legend. And with that, we are on to the last super chat, and then we'll be able to round out the stream tonight. So what do we got, Matthew?
And this one goes to Nathan Schneider once again, who puts in a 10. He said, I've also heard our world enemies think twice about invading the United States because of the number of citizens that are armed with guns.
To some degree, that's actually true a little bit. The Japanese actually thought in World War II about trying to conduct some sort of a invasion. It was kind of like a hypothetical. What if we just invaded them? They never really had the ability. But I believe it was... I forgot which Japanese general said it, but he said behind every blade of grass is an American armed with a rifle. He's not wrong, especially back then, and even still today. It's not really that big of a factor, though. The biggest factor that stops people from invading the U.S. is the fact that they have to cross the Pacific or Atlantic and pretty much go up against the largest ocean-faring navy on the planet at the moment to be able to get to America in the first place. But that also has been a small factor in the back of some people's minds, is that, dang, those Americans are kind of kitted up, and we generally are, kind of as a running trend in the country. I think it's something to be proud of, honestly. It's an outlying sort of a thing special to our country, and kind of endemic to the culture here that the United States has made as a part of American culture for the large part. So a little interesting on that aspect. But with that, I hope that does address that well. I thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And folks, it was actually, I think it was Yamamoto Sokolov. I think Yamato is the battleship. I think it was Admiral, let me go pull it up. Admiral Yamamoto. Yeah, it's Yamamoto. Isoroku Yamamoto, who did say that. So you are actually right, Sokolov. But with that, we have reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to thank you all so much once again for enjoying this stream tonight and being here. We had 250,000 views before the stream ended, and we're entirely honored to get to chit chat with each and every single one of y'all and tell y'all the big news of the day. If y'all have enjoyed, please make sure to subscribe. We love to have y'all here, and we would love to have y'all here every day as we continue to cover the news of what's going on around the world. So a massive thanks to all of y'all so much once again, and of course we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of news from around the world. And if there is a short war news video to be made, I'll be making it. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, and Slava Ukraini, and long live the Lee Spring Army. The Lee Spring Army will never die.
And with that, folks, thank you all for joining us once again, and all, actually, 250,000 people that joined us by the end of the stream. We appreciate every single one of you for being here once again tonight to hear the news reported on the channel. And with that, we'll see you all tomorrow on the live stream at 10 p.m. Eastern, and also on the short war video as well. But with that, thank you all for watching, and of course, Slava Ukraine, Heroam Slava, get some rest, and good night.